Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us yesterday for day one of our symposium on that question that we have posed to you all at the top of the program. When we think of the equal protection's grand promise and betrayals through Reconstruction, Plessy, Bakke, and beyond, is there a way forward? It was an enlightening day to our attendees. As we get into the middle of this session this morning with our wheel lectures, Attorney General Eric Holder, please feel free to pose your questions in that Q&A box at the bottom of the Zoom window. And also note the closed captioning button that you can turn on and off at the bottom of your Zoom window. Thank you for joining us today. I now have the honor of introducing Dr. Andrew Perrin, the Rule W. Tyson Distinguished Professor of the Humanities and Professor of Sociology and the Director of the Institute for the Arts and Humanities, who will now talk about the Wheel Lecture. Professor Perrin.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here this morning to welcome and introduce this morning's conversation. As you said, I am the director of the Institute for the Arts and Humanities, and with apologies to our colleagues elsewhere, we like to say it's the very best place on campus. It's a place for fellowship and conversation, and our goal is to support, promote, and deploy artistic and humanistic scholarship on behalf of Carolina faculty and on behalf of the broader missions of the university, emphatically including the promotion of democracy locally, nationally, and internationally. One of the signal things that we do is we host and support the Wheel Lecture. The Wheel Lecture was established in 1915 by Henry and Solomon Wheel, brothers and German Jewish immigrants to North Carolina and merchants in Goldsboro, as a way of broadening the discussion of citizenship in the United States. It's one of the campus's signal lecturers, and previous Wheel Lecturers have included Presidents Taft and Carter, Senators J. William Fulbright, Paul Wellstone, Nancy Kassebaum, John Kerry, more recently, Congressman Barney Frank, Eleanor Roosevelt, Cornel West, C. Van Woodward, John Huntsman, and even the Imam Faisal Rauf, among the many diverse leaders who've been Wheel Lecturers. I want to extend a special welcome today to the many members of the Wheel family who are still very involved in the lecture and in the Institute. We are thrilled and grateful for your support and interest, and many of you are on the call today, as well as many members of our esteemed IAH External Advisory Board. A couple of quick shout outs. Next Thursday, the 25th, we'll be hosting our other big endowed lecture, the Mary Stevens Reckford Lecture in European Studies. That event hosts Catherine Woolard, the General Secretary of the European Council on Refugees and Exiles. So check our website for that event. And next September is the long postponed 2020 Wheel Lecture, which will feature former Senator Claire McCaskill, presuming that we can be in person at that point. At this point, though, let me yield the floor to Martin Brinkley, Dean of the School of Law, to introduce today's Wheel Lecturer. We're so thrilled to have former Attorney General Eric Holder. Dean Brinkley.
Well, good morning and welcome, everyone. In a conference on the grand promises and betrayals of the Equal Protection Clause, no presence could be more welcome than that of the 82nd Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Eric Holder. General Holder's life's work has been to unleash the voices of the voiceless and to protect the rights of all Americans, especially African Americans whose right to vote has been and continues to be denied, suppressed, gerrymandered, and minimized. As you've just heard, we have the honor this morning of hearing General Holder deliver this year's Wheel Lecture on American citizenship as part of a wonderful partnership between the UNC Center for Civil Rights and the UNC Institute for the Arts and Humanities. And we owe a particular debt of gratitude to IAH's director, Rule Tyson Distinguished Professor Andy Perrin. Thank you so much, Andy, for this. Many of you know General Holder's long and distinguished career, but you may not know what influenced his early perspective on life. He was born in the Bronx and grew up in East Elmhurst, Queens during the 1950s and 1960s. Recognizing his intellectual gifts, his family sent him outside his home community for school, where he learned to navigate between the Black community and a society of white privilege. In an interview, General Holder recalled that he had feet in both worlds, which equipped him for the world he was going to have to deal with as an adult. Even so, he said, I never wanted to lose my roots and my sense of myself as a Black man. General Holder watched history being made while studying American history at Columbia, from the unrest of the Vietnam War protests to student takeovers of the university. While earning his law degree also at Columbia, he worked for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and immediately after graduating, he joined the Attorney General's Honors Program, the beginning of a long and distinguished career with the U.S. Department of Justice. For a dozen years, General Holder investigated and prosecuted local, state, and federal government corruption as a member of the new Public Integrity section of the Justice Department. In 1988, President Reagan nominated him to become an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, a position he held until 1993, when President Clinton appointed him as the first Black American U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. 4 years later, President Clinton named him Deputy Attorney General of the United States, a role he held until 2001. While serving as a judge and as U.S. Attorney, General Holder was faced with enforcing mandatory sentences, which he often felt far outweighed the seriousness of the crime and were influenced by racial bias in policing. This experience informed his pursuit of criminal justice reform after President Obama appointed him in 2009 as the 82nd Attorney General of the United States. General Holder is the first African American to serve as Attorney General and the third longest serving Attorney General in American history until April 2015. General Holder has been a civil rights advocate for more than 50 years. His commitment to equality has never wavered. In 2016, he told Jonathan Capehart of the Washington Post about the legacy he hoped to leave. I like people to think of me as a person who believes in this country, as an advocate for people who too frequently were voiceless, and as a man who tried to change institutions in our country that needed reform, and as a man who left this country more fair and more just. In 2015, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund honored General Holder with the Thurgood Marshall Lifetime Achievement Award, recognizing his efforts at DOJ to fight against efforts to roll back the Civil Rights Act and to end discriminatory policing practices nationwide. The following year, he was named to LDF's National Board of Directors. LDF President and Director Counsel Sherilyn Ifill stated that General Holder had presided over the restoration of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, launched the groundbreaking criminal justice reforms of President Obama, and confronted the challenges in Ferguson, Missouri with tremendous sensitivity during a volatile time in our nation. His service as Attorney General earned him recognition from the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs, the GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, GLAAD, and the Mexican American Bar Foundation. The past 4 years have been a grueling and regressive time for the advancement of civil rights and voting rights. Just over a year before this dark period began, the words General Holder spoke at the LDF's 75th anniversary National Equal Justice Award dinner were a harbinger of what we face as we begin the 21st century's third decade. Every generation is tested and called upon to make real the promise of our democracy, and so it is for this generation. With concerted action, perseverance, and faith in each other, the creation of a beloved community is within our grasp. On behalf of the UNC Center for Civil Rights and the UNC Institute for Arts and Humanities, I welcome Attorney General Eric Holder to deliver the 2021 Wheel Lecture on American Citizenship.
Well, good morning, and thank everybody for being here. Dean, that was a really well-researched and wonderful introduction, and I thank you for that. It's a pleasure for me to address this conference, and it's a privilege also to speak alongside so many extraordinary public servants, distinguished educators, and activists at this wonderful event. The topics that you are addressing over the course of this two-day conference, I think are important, and they are wide-ranging, from the framing of the 14th Amendment to its application over the last century and a half, from the injustice of Dred Scott to the delayed justice of Brown versus the Board of Education, from the inhumanity of slavery to the inadequacy of Reconstruction, and from the oppression of Jim Crow to the march for civil and human rights that is ongoing to this day. Now, that's a big conversation, but ultimately what we are talking about is an idea that is at the core of our nation's imperfect founding vision, and that has driven our attempts in fits and starts over 250 years to create a more perfect union. It's an idea that keeps us tethered to a higher purpose, beyond petty politics and above the hunt for short-term gain that consumes our day-to-day discourse. It's about who we are as a nation and who we aspire to be. Equality, opportunity, justice for all. That idea is the heart and soul of our democracy. The notion that every person deserves the equal protection of the law. It's the same idea that drove my service as Attorney General. Over the course of my 6 years leading the United States Department of Justice, we worked to ensure that equality under the law was protected by the law. We took on issues of profound racial inequity in criminal justice, replacing tough on crime with smart on crime, and working to end the vicious cycle of poverty, criminality, and incarceration that put too many people of color in too many prisons for far too long and for no good law enforcement reason. We stood up for communities of color that had faced discrimination in housing, education, employment, and financial services, working to ameliorate abuse and to shut down institutions that preyed on the poor. We fought for fair access to the ballot box, calling for an end to felon disenfranchisement that has its roots in a racist past and its present in color-conscious electoral deprivation, bringing aggressive legal action against states that enacted draconian and unnecessary voter ID laws aimed at suppression instead of suffrage, and standing up against other voting restrictions even after a deeply flawed Supreme Court decision undermined Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. In all these areas, we took on a culture of discrimination that has existed in this country for more than 4 centuries, since the day that a ship carrying more than 20 kidnapped, trafficked Angolans arrived in Jamestown in 1619. We fought a disposition toward dehumanization that has shown itself throughout our history, from the stain of slavery to the strange fruit of Jim Crow, from massive resistance policies to the stand in the schoolhouse door, from bloody attacks on a bridge in Selma to the unjustified killings of Black men, women, and children by people who are supposed to keep them safe. And we spoke out against the political and social cowardice that has allowed us to ignore the normalized racism in our laws and in our lives. Now, I'm proud of the actions that we took to advance equality, to expand opportunity, and to ensure justice for all. We made important progress and laid the groundwork for more to come. But even during my time as Attorney General, it was clear to me that we faced a larger structural problem. Even as we fought against unjust laws, we were facing a Congress and state legislatures across the country that were continuing to design new ways to discriminate, new ways to disenfranchise, and new ways to dehumanize people of color. And critically, by using the redistricting process to their advantage, they were doing so without any fear of electoral consequence. At its core, the challenge was and remains not only unjust laws, but the people who wrote those laws, the process we choose them by, and the way that too often they choose us. As you know, every 10 years, the United States is required to complete a census, and states use the results of that census to update their district maps. In some cases, that process is conducted by nonpartisan organizations or bipartisan commissions to ensure competitive, compact districts. But in most states, the process is dominated by the party in power, driven by party politics, and engineered sometimes with surgical precision for a maximum political advantage. Now, the 2011 redistricting process showed how unfair district maps can undermine the will of the voters. After Republicans won landslide victories in 2010, Republican-dominated state legislatures drew gerrymandered districts across the country that were designed to put ideologues in safe seats, maximize targets for Republican control, and marginalize people of color who have traditionally voted for the other party. In some cases, they packed Black voters into tiny districts to lessen their impact. In others, they spread them into multiple districts to dilute their influence. By drawing uncompetitive maps, they offered extreme politicians a way in while locking millions of Americans out. Now, the effect was felt immediately. In legislative elections in 2012, just 1 year after Republicans redrew district lines, Democrats won 1.4 million more votes for the House of Representatives than Republicans, but partisan and racial gerrymandering gave Republicans a 33-seat House majority and the Speaker's gavel. In Pennsylvania, Barack Obama won the state with about 52% of the vote, but Republicans took control of 13 of the state's 18 congressional districts. In Wisconsin, Barack Obama won 53% of its vote, but inequitable districts led to Republicans controlling nearly 2/3, almost a supermajority in the legislature. And in the great state of North Carolina, where voters were divided nearly in half, Republican gerrymandering meant that when the dust settled, Republicans held nearly 2/3 of state legislative seats and 10 of the state's 13 congressional seats. Now, that impact has continued. An analysis after the 2018 election found that even in the midst of a blue wave, Republican gerrymandering prevented Democrats from gaining an additional 16 seats in Congress and prevented Democrats from flipping 7 state legislative chambers. Democrats got more than half of the statewide vote in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but failed to flip a single one of those state legislative chambers. In fact, because of the way maps were drawn in North Carolina, Democrats were left controlling just 44% of the state legislature and just 23% of the congressional delegation in Washington. And that's why state legislatures are whiter than their states. That's why Congress is less diverse than the nation. And that's why for the last 10 years, Congress and state legislatures across the country have been more extreme and more conservative than the people they are supposed to serve. On issues of healthcare, gun violence, reproductive rights, racism, and voting rights, our representative forums at state and federal levels have not truly represented the will, the desires of the American people. And the question is, do we have to accept it? Well, I don't think we do. I think we can do something about it. In the United States of America, the right to fair and equal representation is and must be a core part of the equality that our country promises and that our ideals demand. And that's why after I left the Department of Justice, I set up the National Democratic Redistricting Committee to help create a level playing field, taking the power of redistricting out of the hands of politicians so that our elections can be a competition over who has the best ideas, not who is in charge of drawing the lines. You know, over the last few years, we've brought racial gerrymandering claims in federal courts and partisan gerrymandering cases in state courts to push back against blatant efforts to disenfranchise Americans. In North Carolina, we brought claims under the state constitution that led to the redrawing of maps at the state legislative and congressional level ahead of the 2020 elections. We have supported reform efforts on ballots and in state legislatures to create independent, citizen-led redistricting commissions like the ones that exist in Arizona and in California. We've endorsed and invested in candidates committed to fairness, building support for our cause from the ground up. Now, these efforts have seen critical progress. We've won in places like Pennsylvania, where the state Supreme Court required new, fairer districts, and we'll come back. And I think we'll keep winning as many times as it takes. Voters in states like Colorado, Ohio, Michigan, Virginia, Missouri, and Utah have passed popular reforms to create new citizen-led commissions or to make the redistricting process less partisan. We've seen reform-minded candidates elected to state legislatures, judicial seats, and governor's offices across the country. And let me be clear, this isn't about creating an advantage for any one party. All Americans have a stake in a democracy that prizes the idea of one person, one vote. No matter what political party you support or what policies you advocate, your voice will be stronger if politicians are required to be responsive to your needs. Fair districts promote legitimate representation so that citizens can choose their public servants instead of politicians choosing their constituents. They make it possible for members of Congress and state legislatures to work with one another in good faith instead of focusing on primary challenges from the most extreme elements of their party. And they ensure that the people of this country can be heard over the noise of partisan posturing. If we can make politicians accountable to the will of the public, we can take steps forward in the areas where we agree and have an honest debate and compromise about the areas where we don't. Building a fair democracy is how we achieve long-term advances on issues from employment to education, from healthcare to housing, and from civil rights to criminal justice. It's how we protect the right to vote and the right to representation for people across the country. And that includes 700,000 people in Washington, D.C. who deserve a member of Congress and 2 United States senators. It's how we ensure equal protection under the law, not just case by case, but in the institutions that govern our society and in the processes that make our country work. Now, we're not there yet. We have a long way to go. And we saw in 2020 how entrenched power has made our climb a steep one. At the federal level, Congress needs to pass the For the People Act that would clean up corruption in our politics and ban partisan gerrymandering of congressional districts. Congress should also pass a renewed and reinvigorated Voting Rights Act, named for one of my friends and one of my heroes, Congressman John Lewis. These are 2 badly needed corrections and reforms that will help repair the very real structural problems that are undermining our democratic system. I do not believe that the Senate should allow the filibuster, which was once used to stop civil rights legislation, to now stop these critical bills from becoming law. And at the state level, my organization is prepared to fight for a fair and transparent redistricting in every state. We are ready and willing to go to court if necessary to overturn bad maps. And we plan to hold publicly accountable state legislators and governors who try to abuse their power for their own partisan gain. In communities and states across the nation, we have to establish, and then we have to maintain, the fundamental idea that politicians hold power not over their constituents' objections, but through their support. Now, that's the opportunity and the obligation we have over the course of the coming years. Ensuring a true representative democracy is how we advance equality, opportunity, and justice in areas where too many Americans are still let down, left out, and left behind. It's how we enshrine equality in state and federal law. It's how we count every vote and make every vote count. Now, this is a monumental undertaking. We must strive to repair the electoral infrastructure of this nation. And that's why I thank you for all the work that you've already done. And I ask you to do more. We must use the power and the influence that you have to ensure that this moment is converted into a new movement for justice and for equality. As lawyers, as scholars, as activists, you hold a special place of leadership in the life of this nation. The struggle for a better America is your responsibility. It is also your duty. So I'm asking you to stay engaged, to stay committed, and to stay focused on the fight to reimagine this country and achieve its unmet core promise: equality, opportunity, and justice for all. So thank you once again for your efforts, for your energy, and for your action, your fortitude, and for your faith. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. And thank you for being a part of the good and necessary work that will move this nation forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, General Holder. We will now have our Director of the Center for Civil Rights and Professor of Law, Ted Shaw, host our Q&A. If folks can go ahead and put their questions in the Q&A box at the bottom, we would love to hear from you. Professor Shaw.
Well, thank you so much for being with us virtually today. I was trying to figure out what I call you, but I think it's General Holder.
I think Eric would be fine, given our history, Teddy, and the things you've called me in the past. That's fine. You can't use some of those other ones. Eric will work.
Well, we won't go there, but thank you so much for doing this. And I want to start us off with a question that arises out of the work that you're doing just now. There was an effort related to the decennial census that to which you just referred to close some people out of the count. And there was a moment when it seemed like that was going to happen. It would have precipitated litigation. Would you talk about that effort, how it relates to the work you're doing, and what the status of that issue is? And perhaps not everybody is aware of it.
Sure. I mean, the foundation for a fair redistricting process is to make sure that you have a fair and accurate census count. The Trump administration, to put it just bluntly, tried to monkey with the census in a way that we have not seen in this nation before. The census was really one of those things that Republicans, Democrats really kind of thought was something that should not be fooled around with. It is of constitutional dimensions. In our Constitution, you have to count all the people in the United States every 10 years. And the Trump administration took a number of steps to try to influence the count so that that foundation for the redistricting that happens the year after the census would favor Republicans. The first effort they made was to try to include on the census a citizenship question, which would then arm the states, give the states the potential ability to exclude from the count or from the processes that would determine representation people who were not citizens. The Constitution is very clear. It says count all the people in the country, not all of the citizens. And so we filed a lawsuit, won that lawsuit, and there were two other lawsuits as well, so but three suits that were filed. The courts ruled in our favor, and the citizenship question was not allowed to be included on the census. After that loss, the Trump administration then, through executive order, put in place a mechanism so that so immigrants would not be counted in the count, in the census count. We fought that in court, and although that didn't come to final decision, I think we probably would have won there as well, but time ran out. And so what you now have is a process that was attempted to be fooled with, that was prevented from occurring. And now the numbers that are in the process of being tabulated will be sent to the states from the Biden administration in a way that is consistent with the way in which those numbers have been shared from the federal government to the states by, as I said, Republican as well as Democratic administration. Now, there's going to be a delay in the census tabulation as a result of the pandemic. And we will not get the reapportionment data, I think, until July. The numbers that will go to the states in terms of the actual district numbers won't go, I think, until around September or so. And so there are going to be delays in the redistricting process. But I think the count that the states will get will be far more fair, far more accurate than that which the Trump administration was intending to provide to the states.
Thank you. I have two questions, actually a number of questions I want to relay. But the first one is, when you count votes on the current Supreme Court, do you think the courts will uphold the constitutionality of independent redistricting commissions? And that was submitted by one of our panelists, Professor Spine, in this conference. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the court in the past certainly has voiced its opinion that those kinds of, I would say, democracy-supporting efforts do pass constitutional muster. And this will be, potentially an early test for the court. Is the law that is interpreted, the decisions that are rendered by the Supreme Court, a function of a neutral and disinterested body making determinations, or is it a function of who sits on the court? You know, we have seen, unfortunately, some reversals of positions by the court that I think is more a function of the latter. That is, you know, the majority on the court, who sits on the court, as opposed to a good faith effort to determine, you know, what a decision ought to be. So my hope would be that we will see some constitutional continuity, but I can't guarantee it. There will be some tests along the way that I think will be among them, because I think part of what you will see from Republicans around the country is you know, just a raft of lawsuits challenging an array of things, and because of these, an increased number of these independent commissions. Arizona and California have had them for a while. You now have them in Michigan, Utah, Colorado. There's one in Missouri that has been pretty substantially weakened. I expect you will see lawsuits coming out of those states challenging the constitutionality of those new commissions, and we'll see what the court ultimately does.
You may have answered in large part the next question that's been submitted. The question was, has there been any progress on getting the nonpartisan districting commissions in place despite heavily gerrymandered political houses, meaning political legislatures? And you just spoke to that to some degree, but you may want to add more to it.
No, it's actually a good question. It's the kind of thing that we at the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, the institution that I had, it's something that we support. And I think it's something that separates us from our Republican counterpart organizations. We advocate for the creation of these independent, nonpartisan commissions, and our Republican colleagues simply do not. Take the redistricting process out of the hands of interested politicians and put it in the hands of, as I said, these disinterested bodies. And so every place where we had the ability to use state constitutions to put before the people through ballot initiatives, we have sought to put in place these independent commissions. And again, they are now in through ballot initiatives, Michigan, Utah, Colorado, and one was stood up in Missouri as well. It is hard in other states to get the possibility of these commissions before the people. In Texas, you can have you can do it, you can have a ballot initiative, but then once the initiative's passed, it then has to be passed by the state legislature. And so the possibility of it becoming real in Texas becomes, you know, close to impossible. But we have fought for these, and when the people have gotten the opportunity to vote on this, in red states as well as blue states, there's pretty overwhelming support, you know, in the measure over 60% support for the creation of these commissions. When people think to themselves, well, wait a minute, so we're going to have an institution that will draw the lines, and the lines won't be drawn by politicians who are drawing these districts to favor themselves, to retain their seats. And to be fair here, this is not only a Republican problem. And we've had gerrymandering in this country for almost as long as we've had this country. Democrats have been engaged in this practice, and Republicans as well. What happened in 2011 was really kind of a fundamentally different animal. Princeton University did a study and said that the gerrymandering of 2011 was the worst of the past half century through the use of technology and really a concerted focus on the issue. Something called Project Red Map that the Republicans employed. They really went to town in 2011 and came up with gerrymandered state legislatures, which resulted in a gerrymandered House of Representatives, and with which the nation has had to deal over the course of this past decade.
There's a question that reads, with respect to racial justice, what do you think about using the underutilized 13th Amendment as an alternative to the Equal Protection Clause?
You know, I think there's a variety of ways in which we can attack, you know, the problems that continue to bedevil this nation. And I think we ought to be always trying, you know, new and novel ways. But I also think that, you know, there's precedent in the interpretation of the more traditional ways in which these problems have been addressed that again, courts calling balls and strikes, adhering to precedent, not looking at things in an ideological way, can get us to the place where we need to be. But trying, new ways to attack these problems, I think is an interesting idea. But I think we also have to be realistic. If we are having problems advancing the traditional ways in which these problems have been attacked, in which they have been addressed, given the makeup of this Supreme Court, and to I think lesser degree the courts of appeals, the likelihood that new and novel ways of getting these problems is going to be successful is not very likely. And we don't want to be in a position where we are, as all lawyers are concerned about, creating bad law. So an interesting issue, and one that certainly ought to be discussed, examined, considered. But at the end of the day, before lawsuits are filed or attempts are made using these novel ways, these novel methods, we got to think about what are the possibilities of success.
There's another question. We have had great problems with gerrymandering in North Carolina. What has been the best strategy in other states for creating bipartisan commissions that draw fair congressional and state legislative districts?
Yeah, I mean, the best way is to find those states that have constitutions that allow for the placement of ballot initiatives before the people. Trying to get state legislatures and state legislators to, in essence, give up power in the redistricting process has proved to be extremely difficult. Although I will say, Democrats in Virginia, having won the governorship in both houses of the state legislature there, have actually put in place a nonpartisan commission, or an independent commission, to draw the lines in 2021 and in 2022. But that's something that is extremely, extremely rare. I don't think that the North Carolina Constitution, as I remember, allows for the placement of an initiative before the people. And so that is a mechanism that we don't have to use in North Carolina. What we've tried to do at the NDRC is look at each state and come up with a state-specific way in which we can make the process more fair. North Carolina really is in some ways ground zero for partisan and racial gerrymandering. And the only way, I think, to crack that which has happened in North Carolina is through the courts. As a result of the Richmond decision in the Supreme Court, we can't use federal courts to get at partisan gerrymandering. And so what we have done is use the state courts and the state constitution to bring suits, and gotten good decisions from the North Carolina courts, and used those decisions to get a more fair congressional delegation from North Carolina. We'll use that precedent to see what happens with regard to the makeup of the state legislature after redistricting is done in North Carolina in this next cycle. And I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect we'll probably be back in court using that precedent, challenging the way in which the Republicans have drawn the lines in the North Carolina state legislature. North Carolina is one of the few states where the governor does not play any real role in the redistricting process. It's all done by the state legislature. So my guess will be that we'll be back in state court challenging that which the Republicans do in the redistricting of the state legislature.
Eric, you're absolutely right about North Carolina being ground zero. A little bit of wrinkle with respect to your response. Actually, in North Carolina, we do have the creature of voter initiatives, and voter initiatives as enacted that changed the state constitution in recent years led to more litigation. The one thing that's clear is that whatever happens in North Carolina, there'll be more litigation. The next question Actually, I'm going to use a little bit of prerogative right now and ask what is a perhaps an easy question, but it's one that comes to mind. So I tell my civil procedure students that when they become lawyers and they serve in various community institutions, but particularly if they serve in ways that involve public institutions, inevitably they will be named in lawsuits at some point. Your name is all over any number of lawsuits, but perhaps most well known is the Shelby County versus Holder case that we just talked about. So I don't know if you want to share with us any reflections, but how does that feel when your name is connected to, at least among civil rights lawyers and activists, one of the most notorious cases that the Supreme Court has decided that really did damage to the statutory ability as intended by the Voting Rights Act to protect the right to vote?
No, that's something, all kidding aside, I'm real sensitive about. And I tell people all the time, don't tell me about the Shelby County versus Holder case. Just call it the Shelby County case. That's like, having your name associated with Dred Scott versus Holder or something like that. I mean, you don't want your name to go down in history as associated with that case. Although I will say I was on the right side in that case. The Shelby County case, I mean, as you said, Teddy, is really one of the, I think, worst Supreme Court decisions of all time. But coupled with the Citizens United case, lets dark money into our system, the Rucho case that closes the federal courts to partisan gerrymandering cases, that suite of cases, Citizens United, Rucho, Shelby County, those three cases put the Supreme Court fundamentally on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of who we say we are as a nation, who we hold ourselves out to be as a democracy that relies on the will of the people, that allows the people to express themselves and decide, the fate of the nation. My guess will be that, we're about 100 years or so away from those economic due process cases that people, the Lochner era cases that we look back on now and with great disdain. I suspect that 100 years from now, maybe even before that, we'll look at those three cases with, I think, an equal amount of disdain and hopefully be in a different place. But the Shelby County case, wrongly decided, has had the impact that Justice Ginsburg spoke about in her dissent. I'd like Chief Justice Roberts to look at that language. The country has changed. Well, yeah, that's true. The country has changed, but we're not yet at the place where we need to be. The protections that the Voting Rights Act provided now, largely done away with, or making it more difficult for the Justice Department to be involved, resulted in the kinds of things that the Justice Ginsburg predicted. Huge numbers of states have put in place unnecessary voter ID laws, put in place a whole range of things to make it more difficult for certain people to vote. The absence of the Justice Department in the mix is allowing, we have seen in the course of the past, I think the Brennan Center has done a study, I think 165 new laws to make it more difficult to vote, passed by or being considered or passed by state legislatures over the course of just these last couple of months since the election. In Georgia, they're thinking now, well, we're not going to just have give people the right to vote by mail, vote absentee without excuse. You're going to have to A, with an excuse, and B, you're going to have a couple of forms of ID, just to make it more difficult to do that which in the past cycle we have seen made it easy for Americans to get to the polls. And this is a nonpartisan thing from my perspective. Let's just make it easy for as many people to vote as is possible. I'm actually confident as a Democrat, as a progressive, that, I don't have to put my, thumb on the scale. If a lot of people vote, Democrats and progressives will do just fine. Republicans are of the view that if too many people vote, they won't do as well. What does that say about the parties? So yeah, it's a difficult thing to have been the Attorney General of the United States, to have my name associated with that case. But what we do is to try to, ameliorate to the extent we can the impact of that case, to try to fight for a fair system, and to hopefully have, Congress pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that would, in essence, put in place a more robust, a 21st century Voting Rights Act, and do away with the harms that the Shelby County case put in place.
Eric, the next question, which I think is a very good one, reads this way. Seems like whether with the census count or with the counting of electoral college votes, the previous administration and some sitting senators were playing pretty fast and loose with constitutional and statutory interpretation, often seemingly in bad faith. In the context of representative democracy, did the rule of law hold this past year / 4 years, or have we seen lasting damage done?
I think our systems held, the rule of law held, but just barely. Damage has certainly been done. I don't think there's any question about that. There is damage to repair. We have, I think, the capacity to make those repairs, to get us back to a better place. It's going to require some really fundamental questions the Democrats on the federal level are going to have to answer. Can H.R. 1 and H.R. 4 get out of the House of Representatives? That will, undo a lot of the damage that was done by the courts, and that will, put in place these commissions around the country. H.R. 1 put in place these commissions for the drawing of lines when it comes to congressional stuff. Well, H.R. 4, which would, really kind of undo the Shelby County decision, will that become law? And I suspect we'll get those out of the House of Representatives. Then it will be up to the Senate to decide if they want to pass them. And I suspect you probably get a majority of senators there to vote for it. But I'm not sure you get to 60 senators to do that. And that poses then a fundamental question for Democrats in the Senate. Are you going to do away with the filibuster? If you don't do away with the filibuster, I don't think those statutes become law. The damage that was done will go, I think, unaddressed at the federal level. But the possibility for repair at the federal as well as the state level really exists in the passage of those two bills. And so Democrats are going to have to ask themselves, are you really going to do that which I think people expect you to do, or are you going to be beholden to something that has race in its past, the filibuster rule that has race in its past, and continue to have in place something that doesn't allow us to repair that damage? My hope will be that we'll get a sufficient number of Democrats to do away with the filibuster, and that opens up a range of things then that Congress can do to repair the damage of the last 4 years.
So time is beginning to run short. I want to get in another few questions that are very good questions. Here's one of them. One of the people I know you'll meet at some point, and probably haven't yet, Carell Murray asks, he says, I'd like to ask the AG what pieces of election reform and pieces of proposed legislation like H.R. 1 or otherwise he thinks are most defensible against constitutional challenge. You've already talked about independent redistricting commissions, and he's anticipating arguments that Congress has exceeded its power to regulate the time, place, manner of selecting representatives and senators if it requires states to have a certain degree of early voting, for example. It seems like, for example, moving election day to a weekend would be very hard to challenge in a good faith way as not a regulation of time. Do you have a fairly succinct answer for that?
I mean, I think HR 1 and HR 4 both can be defended. HR 1, I think, more easily. HR 4 requires, I think that is the voting rights revitalization effort. I think requires hearings that will need to be held. You know, a legislative background or legislative foundation has to be laid, given the Shelby County case. But I think that can be done, and that's why I think HR 1 can go on a relatively fast track. HR 4 on a slightly less fast track, but I think both of those can pass constitutional muster. And I think actually, you know, this is almost a challenge. You know, if you do put in place the necessary foundation, do the necessary investigation, legislative hearings, that's almost a challenge to the Supreme Court. I don't think it's a basis for HR 1 to be thought to be unconstitutional. And HR 4, if there is the necessary work, that's almost a challenge to the Supreme Court to say, now you did it real wrong by the Voting Rights Act in Shelby County case. You really will exceed your authority if you knock down, you know, HR 4, the John Lewis Act, given all that Congress has done in response to the problems you found with the VRA in the Shelby County case.
Walter Dellinger asks, is there a risk that progressive states will adopt non-political districting for Congress while conservative states will not, thus enhancing the distortion of Congress?
Yeah, it's good to hear from Walter. Not really. I mean, I think that if you have fair redistricting, if you unwind that the gerrymandering in the red states, you will have a system that will end up being just more fair. And if you have, you know, these commissions in blue states and make them more fair there, the systemic impact will just favor fairness, and Democrats and progressives will do just fine. I mean, I always say that I'm not using the NDRC to gerrymander for Democrats. In a fair process, Democrats and progressives will do just fine.
The next question is ask you to comment on the census counting of incarcerated residents of prisons in states such as New York as citizens of those states. DC residents, for example, who are incarcerated are counted as citizens of states that do not represent their interests, contributing to the political empowerment of those states' government. This is essentially a modern day version of the 3/5 rule. Is your work addressing this issue?
Yes, I mean, because we're dealing there with the question of what I've come to call prison gerrymandering. You know, Teddy and I are from New York, and we know that, you know, people who commit offenses in New York City can serve sentences upstate in New York. And if they are counted as citizens, as residents of the places in which they are incarcerated, that increases the number of people in relatively rural counties in upstate New York, decreases the number of people counted in New York City. And that is something that I think is fundamentally wrong, and it is something that we have tried to address in the work. So we look at gerrymandering in a comprehensive way. You know, racial, partisan gerrymandering, prison gerrymandering. It's something that that problem of prison gerrymandering, I think, is something that's wrong.
Eric, I'd like to ask a question that may perhaps to some degree fall on the sword of folks like me and folks at the Legal Defense Fund, the Lawyers Committee, other folks who've done voting rights enforcement. We advocated in the 1980s, the late 80s and the early 90s for drawing majority Black districts where certain conditions existed that the Supreme Court had identified in one of its landmark cases, including, you know, where there's racially polarized voting patterns where there are communities of interest, etc. Under those circumstances where there's a history of discrimination and there had been no representation on behalf of African Americans in Congress or in statewide offices, we advocated for drawing majority Black districts where that was possible, even though some of the Democrats suggested that we not do that because they felt it would dilute the possibility of electing Democrats read, although they weren't explicit about it, white Democrats, if you concentrated Black Democrats in these minority districts. The Reagan administration Justice Department saw that and took advantage of that issue and did pack districts. Now we're talking about unpacking districts. And I wondered if you have any thoughts about that irony and that process.
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily as great a tension between the desire to create, and consistent with the law, representation for communities of interest, and the desire that Democrats have to maximize the number of Democrats who can be elected. I mean, it's been a very cynical thing that Republicans have done to kind of wrap themselves, wrap the Voting Rights Act, around them and say, well, communities of interest, we have to do that, and then pack, substantial numbers of African Americans into one district, diluting the influence that African Americans who tend to vote Democratic can have in other districts. We have seen in Virginia where we filed a racial gerrymandering lawsuit and won. And we created another African American district in Virginia, in addition to the one held by Bobby Scott. There's now one held by Don McEachin. And the interesting thing there was, as a result of the lawsuit, Representative Scott's district went from, 50, 60, well, I think close to 60% Black to, I think, just below 50%. And he won re-election. And
he said he didn't need that high percentage. Yeah.
Right. He won re-election, but that allowed us to also draw another district that, again, consistent with the law, that was Democratic, and put in place another African-American representative. And I think that experience is something that I think we can expect to see. The ability of African-American representatives to win in non-majority minority districts, I think is possible. Doesn't mean that we should abandon the notion of creating those majority minority districts. But I also think we need to be cognizant of the fact that, what the possibilities are in the 21st century and how it might have been different, even 20, 30 years or so ago. But we cannot allow Republicans to do that which they have done, which is to pack African Americans and other people of color into districts, diluting their ability to influence, electoral results in other districts.
So you've been very generous with your time, Eric, and I'm grateful. I have one more thought/question, if you could quickly address on the way out the door, so to speak. And one thought that I want to share. Let me share the thought first. I'll say this because you and I, what our relationship is, and we joke around with each other a lot, which I love doing. But I'm so proud of you and what you have done, what you represent for our country. That's the personal thought I want to share. The other question, the last question on the way out the door for you is this. The Justice Department is an institution that you've served in various capacities over many years. And it's an institution also that's dear to my heart. there's a real need to rebuild the department, to restore a lot of its luster, its integrity, its traditional role. And I wonder if you would speak to that as you leave us.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, first, I want to thank you all for having me. I am equally proud of you, my brother. Teddy Shaw he's a pretty good ball player, but he is a great thinker. He's molded young minds for a good number of years, and he's shaped the law through the work that he has done throughout his career. I'm proud to know him and proud to call him, a dear friend. But I think your observations, Teddy, are right about the Justice Department. The Justice Department generally is, I think, the conscience of the executive branch, and the Civil Rights Division is the conscience of the Justice Department. And there is the need to repair and to rebuild an institution that is near and dear to me. I'm confident that Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, Vinita Gupta, the top 3 people nominated for positions at the department will have the capacity and I think the desire to bring the department back to where it should be. It won't be easy. There are going to be things that have to be done, structures that are going to have to be changed, morale that's going to have to be raised, lawsuits that are going to have to be filed. But I'm confident that they're going to have that ability. And so on that front, I think we're going to be okay. But here's maybe where I'd end. Dr. King said that the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. But here's the deal. That arc doesn't bend on its own. And so my message to everybody today is to ask yourselves, what are you doing? I think, as I said, the Department of Justice, I think, is going to be okay. But the question is, what is it that you are doing to bend that arc, to pull that arc towards justice? Lawyers, we have a preferred place in society, and with that preferred place comes an increased responsibility. I think, as I said in my remarks, a duty to bring about positive change. And we have to understand that positive change is not promised. It just doesn't happen. It only happens when people commit themselves, dedicate themselves, sacrifice to make that change possible. I'm really optimistic about where this country can go in the 21st century if we are focused on the need for change, and if, again, we commit ourselves to it. And it comes down to individuals making individual determinations to get involved, to stay involved, and to stay focused. And so I would ask everybody who is listening in today, whether you are a law student or a person who's been practicing for decades, to ask yourself, what are you doing? What are you doing to bring about the change that we need? It may be that you join a political organization. It may be that you stay involved in a cause. There are a whole range of ways in which you can affect change. You can be involved in non-political things, just in organizations that are going to help give attention to young people who are starved for the kind of attention that every American kid should have. But find a way to get involved in the life of your community, the life of your state, the life of this nation. If we all do that, we can bring about the change that we need and make real the promise of our imperfect democracy. I'm optimistic, but I think, as I said, it's going to require real effort. But we can do this, so we should feel that we have our fate in our hands, and we can bring about this change.
Eric, thank you so much once again for being with us. I want to thank the Wheel Lecture, the Wheel family, for bringing you to us and having you spend some time with us this morning. I want to thank Dr. Andrew Perrin, and stay well, Eric. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that insightful and stirring address, General Eric Holder. I know that we have a number of folks on the call who have been particularly interested in redistricting and reform efforts around it. And also thank you to General Holder for his tremendous work in combating a culture of discrimination in this country that goes back, as he said, more than 4 centuries. We will now transition to our first panel of the day, panel 4. We will get that started promptly right at 10:20 a.m. Thank you. Good morning, Professor Dellinger, Dean Barnes, Dean Moran, and Mr. Waxman. We'll get started here in the next few minutes. Dean Barnes, Dean Moran, and Mr. Waxman, may I have you turn on your cameras? Okay. I see you, Dean Moran. I see you, Mr. Waxman.
I just unmuted myself. Is that right, Alan?
Yes.
I don't see anybody.
All right, I see you, Dean Barnes.
But I don't think the panelists can see anyone.
We can see pictures of each other.
That's because we hadn't started yet. Alan can see everybody, but we can't yet.
Okay.
Yes, we'll get started here in the next minute, and then you all will be able to see one another.
Alan, can I ask you what time is this panel ending?
Yes, so we'll be ending at 11:30.
Okay. Boy, that doesn't give us a lot of time to talk about a lot of stuff.
I think it's 11. It's listed for 11:30. Yeah, 10:15 to 11:30.
Okay.
We're a little late getting started. I'm supposed to be a bridge from yesterday to today, so I need to comment on what we heard yesterday as the morning panel been tasked with.
I'm looking forward to that, Walter. That'll be very interesting.
I am too. I have no idea what I'm going to say. Now I can see people.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, good morning to you all. I want to welcome back our attendees, and I want to warmly welcome our esteemed moderator and speakers for our next panel, panel 4. We have a moderator, Professor Walter E. Dellinger III, who is both a professor emeritus of law at Duke University and a former Solicitor General. And we have our panelists, Dean Mario Barnes, former Dean Rachel Moran, and former Solicitor General Seth Waxman. They will be talking about the contemporary legal battlefield spotlighting affirmative action in higher education. Professor Dellinger.
Good morning, and thank you so much. I don't recall anything about my 13th birthday. It was celebrated on a Saturday in May, but I will never forget the following Monday. It was just after my 7th period class when there was at the classroom door, and a hushed conversation between our teacher and the assistant principal. In my mind's eye, I see that our teacher turning very slowly to come back in the class, so much so that I remember that the 7th grade chatter, the 7th grader, the chatter of the 7th grade fell to a hush because we saw how the gravity on our teacher's face. And I know I can recall the exact words of our teacher who said, "Children, the Supreme Court has spoken. Next year, you will go to school with colored children." I remember looking at each other, what kind of world is this? Well, of course, and I thought back on that during what I think was a little bit of a debate yesterday between Michael Klarman and Jeff Stone over their conflicting evaluations of, or somewhat different evaluations of Brown. And that for me, what was the one thing that was missing from their discussion is that the effect, at least on the white South, apart from the backlash that Michael doesn't give Brown much credit because of the backlash. And of course, he's right that there was an indigenous movement of African Americans in the South for a decade that produced the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. The immediate consequence of Brown, it didn't happen next year. It didn't happen for the rest of my high school or my college or my law school. And I was teaching political and civil rights in Mississippi before there was a meaningful end to segregation in the small town and rural South in the schools. And as we know, that was not long lasting. But the message was very powerful. Before Brown, the question of racial segregation was so many young children growing up, just the fact about the world, like stars in night, sun in the day. Brown made it inescapably a question of debate. And I remember doing nothing but debating race and sports and girls and race and driving around in cars night after night. I know it. I can see the line in my life between Brown and being on a picket line as a sophomore in college and the upheaval that transpired. But it is true that the court's record on race has been abominable, abominable. Aside from Brown, what the court gets credit for is not interfering more than it did in Bakke, for example, just not getting in the way. And I think the court's reticence about race, if you ask the question, what would you know about race in America? If you had a lot of material, but the materials you had were the 600 volumes of the United States reports, what would you know? It would be a very stripped bare view of race in America. And it was quite intentional. In one case, with terrible facts of discrimination against a young girl, Frankfurter wrote to the opinion author saying, leave out all the facts and just address the legal question. Quote, it does not help towards harmonious race relations to stir our colored fellow citizens to resentment by a needless recital of details, which you need not go into. So we have that in the papers is how clear it was. Well, that leads us to my final introductory remark, which is leads into where Seth is and where the court is on race. The angriest I ever was writing something was when the court said in the Louisville and Kentucky cases, parents involved, where the court struck down very good faith efforts by both the Black and white communities in, say, Louisville, Kentucky, to strike down some use of race in those assignments, with the Chief Justice saying, quote, and this was quoted yesterday as well, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. That equated two such fundamentally different practices that left me, I really felt stunned by it. And I remember writing for Slate the next morning, trying to express why these two uses of race are so dissimilar. The most powerful rhetorical point the court made was to say that parents will have to tell their child, you cannot go to the school you want next year because of your race. Just the same conversation the parents would have had, exactly the same they would have had in 1954. And yet, think about the context. Think about the context of those two conversations. One of them was remembering the governor, Sanford, our great governor, talking about what it was like. He got a letter from a Black serviceman who had to take his family from Eastern North Carolina all the way to Texas to see their grandparents. And what a harrowing experience it was. It was like packing, he said, for a military operation to drive across the South. And the worst part of it, the kids saw all the amusement parks that were whites only. And that happened to children every day. The conversation in Louisville would be, dear, you have to go to PS12 instead of PS10 next year because we're trying to get over a long history of what's happened with the races. And we think it's important that everybody have some experience with children of different races. I mean, those are so different that with the Chief Justice at the judicial conference for the Fourth Circuit, I can still see the look on his face. He was holding a copy of the printout because I said that the decision was everything conservatives should abhor, a form of social engineering dictated from Washington, ignoring the principle of local control of schools, sets aside the judgment of elected officials, nothing in the text of the Constitution requiring that. And it equated the well-intentioned inclusive program supported by both white and Black people in Louisville and Seattle with the whole grotesque racial oppressive practices which came down from slavery and the Black Code. So I ended by saying, and I'll end this intro by saying that the plurality opinion in parents involved was elegantly reasoned. It read as if it had been written by the president of the Harvard Law Review, but it failed the very first lesson taught to preschoolers who watch Sesame Street. which of these things is not like the others? And so with that, it takes us up. Seth, we had a pretty good background yesterday. Erwin Chemerinsky I know you were involved in the morning with your legal matters you're dealing with, but Erwin gave a great overview of where the court is on race, and quite discouraging when you look at the whole sweep of it. So now you are the lead counsel for Harvard University in what is teed up to be perhaps a decisive and definitive situation where the court may intervene in order to stop private efforts to help get over the racial caste system that we've had for so many centuries in this country. What is the background? This case is on a knife's edge. What do you think? Let us know what it's about and what you think the salient points are going to be for the court. You need to unmute, Seth.
Thank you, Walter. You know, you would think that since this is probably for each of us our 18th billion Zoom experience since the pandemic hit 11 months ago, that I would be a little quicker on the uptake about unmuting, but no, not at all. I just want to thank, I start off by thanking, you know, Teddy Shaw and Jack Boger and the other organizers, frankly, creators of this really remarkable conference for including me in it. And it's because I know time is short, I won't be as perhaps effusive in my expressing my regard for those two people and the other organizers, and of course you, Walter, and my co-panelists. So yes, I think one of the reasons that I'm on the panel here is my involvement in litigation, post-Bakke litigation involving admissions and race-conscious admissions. In the modern era, I was Solicitor General of the United States at the time that the Grutter and Gratz cases were being litigated, ironically by the law firm that I subsequently joined, and I was quite involved in explaining the position of the United States in that litigation, which was quite different than the position that the previous administration had taken with respect to race-conscious admissions. You know, it's now about, I don't know, 5.5 years since Harvard University was sued by an organization called Students for Fair Admissions, challenging Harvard's alleged use of race in administering its admissions program and determining how applicants for admission will be evaluated and which applicants will be admitted and matriculate. The loss, I know that, you know, we've already had a panel about Bakke, and I'm going to assume for, you know, given the apparent sophistication of what I can see from the attendee list here, that folks are familiar with the Supreme Court's subsequent jurisprudence in this area, specifically the University of Michigan case, the two University of Michigan cases, and the two Fisher versus University of Texas cases. I mean, Bakke, of course, the great innovation of Bakke was that Justice Powell's, you know, opinion for the court, as it happens, for himself and for the court, was to agree with 4 justices who thought that race could not be used as a factor in admissions in order to help remedy the deplorable legacy of discrimination in university admissions in the past, but agreed with 4 justices who otherwise thought the University of California program was entirely constitutional, that race could be used. And what Justice Powell pointed to and actually attached to his opinion was an amicus brief filed by Harvard University in support of the University of California, explaining what the so-called Harvard system was for taking race into account. And that, Justice Powell said, was the appropriate way to use race, which was to use race as one factor, to consider the race of the applicant as one factor among many in promoting a university's compelling interest in achieving and assembling a student body that is diverse across many generations. And that notion, since Justice Powell's decision in Bakke and since the court's endorsement of the, quote, Harvard plan, has been more or less, with some stumbles along the way and a lot of uncertainty along the way, the current state of play. And so when Harvard was sued by this organization, SFFA, 5.5 years ago, you can say it was a bold move by the plaintiffs because they were going after the hallowed Harvard plan. The lawsuit that was brought against Harvard was remarkable and remarkably unique in a number of ways. First of all, unlike the prior cases in which the plaintiffs were Mr. Bakke, I think it was Ms. Gratz, Mr. Grutter, and Ms. Fisher, that is, individual plaintiffs who claimed that on account of their race, they had been discriminated by an undue consideration of the races of minority applicants. The plaintiff in this case was an organization, Students for Fair Admissions, an organization that was created for the express purpose of filing a lawsuit against Harvard, an organization that at the time the lawsuit was filed had no members. It had a board of directors that consisted of Abigail Fisher, her father, Richard Fisher, and the individual who had conceived of and bankrolled the Fisher litigation, a man named Ed Blum. And so there was no individual plaintiff in the Harvard case. There was just this organization. It was also the first time that the university being sued was not a state institution and therefore not constrained in its choices and the way that it exercises its First Amendment freedoms to organize pedagogy by the Equal Protection Clause. The cause of action alleged in the Harvard case, therefore, was Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And the claim was that under Title VI, the Title VI imposed constraints and legal standards that were identical to the Equal Protection Clause, a proposition that has never been decided one way or the other by the Supreme Court of the United States, and frankly, precious few courts. The other innovation in the case was the nature of the claims that were filed. So there were 6 counts in the complaint. One count was race can never be used in considering what applicants to be admitted. That was an invitation to ignore the Grutter decision and to ignore Justice Powell's controlling opinion in Bakke and in Fisher. And the district court promptly dismissed that count by remarking that she was quite familiar with the organization chart of the federal judiciary, and that was a legal assertion that could be acted upon by the Supreme Court if at all. There was also a count alleging that Harvard was misusing race by considering the race of all applicants, not just for the few remaining places in the class it was trying to fill. That was dismissed on the grounds that that is not the standard that the Supreme Court has imposed. Then there were 3 counts that essentially were made under the Grutter framework. One, well, Harvard is using race in a way that amounts to racial balancing. That is, it's in effect a soft quota. It's using race as, quote, more than a plus factor, which is inappropriate under Grutter and Fisher. And in any event, if Harvard has a compelling interest to achieve a racially balanced, a racially diverse class, racially and ethnically diverse class, there are less restrictive alternatives to doing so in that don't expressly take race into account. But then the innovation was count one of the complaint, which was an allegation that Harvard is intentionally discriminating against those applicants who self-identify as Asian American. And this was no accident. At the time, after the Supreme Court decided Fisher 2 adversely to Abigail Fisher and Ed Blum went on a speaking and fundraising campaign in which he said, and we introduced this as a trial exhibit, in which he said, I need, quote, I need Asians. I need to recruit Asians to be plaintiffs to show that they, like whites, are the victims of this kind of discrimination. And in the trial that ensued, I would say the claim that Harvard is intentionally discriminating against self-identified Asian Americans occupied about at least 80% of all of the testimony in the case and all of the arguments in the trial court. There were a lot of really, really interesting things about the trial, but I'll just note two things. One, SFFA called, the only fact witnesses it called were Harvard admissions officers, the Harvard president, the Harvard dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, the dean of the college. In other words, they put on their fact case purely by calling our witnesses adversely. They did not, there was no student, Asian American or otherwise, who was called to testify. And there was no evidence, although they had thousands and thousands and thousands of admissions files that they had been able to obtain during discovery, and extensive records about the characteristics of every one of the 160,000 or 170,000 applicants to Harvard over a 4 or 5 year period on every possible metric. They didn't introduce or suggest that the record contained a single file of a single Asian American applicant whom they claimed had actually been discriminated against. So not only was there no individual plaintiff, Asian American, white, or otherwise in the case, there was no witness to come forward and no documentary evidence to come forward showing that there was discrimination. Their entire case hinged on the testimony of an economist that they called from Duke, who, among other things, had previously written an article analyzing the results of the decision by the people of California to outlaw the use of race in considering university admissions, which their expert called the, quote, experts said had resulted in the, quote, efficient channeling of the races, which we also introduced at the trial. In any event, to make a very long story short, the district judge issued a 130 or 140 page opinion that includes about 90 pages of findings of fact and ruled for Harvard on all of the counts. The case was briefed and argued in the First Circuit. The First Circuit issued a 90-something page opinion affirming the district court in every respect, including all of the district court's findings of fact. The decision came down, I believe, in late September or early October, maybe it was November. In any event, the time for petitioning the Supreme Court has not yet run. We haven't seen a petition from SFFA to the Supreme Court. I think everybody anticipates that they will petition. I'm not 100%, I'm not convinced at all that this is a case that the Supreme Court is going to take, and it certainly is not a case that the Supreme Court should take. But there we are, and I, rather than drone on, let's get to the normative discussion here. That's where things stand now. All eyes on the Harvard plan and all eyes on what we assume will be a cert petition filed within the next several weeks.
I'd like, I'd like Rachel and Mario to have an opportunity to comment on what Seth said. And after that, I'll ask each of you all to speak a little more fully. But let's start by commenting any thoughts you have about Seth's intro.
So thank you, Walter. I'll quickly say thank you to UNC and to Jack and Teddy. And it's a great honor to be on this panel with heroes and teachers and mentors of mine. So thank you so much. So what the Harvard case brings to mind to me is a continuing reflection of the fact that there is an ongoing understanding that higher education opportunity is a scarce resource. And that as such, it continues to be subject to a zero-sum politics. And so having greatly enjoyed Ted Shaw's comments yesterday, one of the things he said that I think is manifested in this case is for civil rights lawyers and proponents of affirmative action, we did not love the Bakke decision in its turn away from acknowledging the effects of historical racial subordination, but we accepted it and tried to defend and use the diversity rationale as we could to preserve access to higher education. But what he noted about the sort of opponents of affirmative action is that post-Bakke, they have never stopped looking for new and innovative ways to attack the decision, including, I think, what is reflected in this case, Seth, which is that they've taken they've drawn a new page in the playbook, and it's not an individual plaintiff, and it is an organization and a type of claim that challenges a program that was itself pointed out as the model program for how to do this in the original decision. And so from Ted's point is that for them, this is, the sort of political and social and cultural interest in dismantling this will result in them sort of forever looking for a new opportunity, and one that's deeply steeped more than anything in politics. And I think with attacks on multiple valences. So we see the Harvard case as the sort of next fight in the courts, but we haven't said anything since Bakke of the except for the brief mention, Seth, that you did of the California's turn away from affirmative action at the state level, of the states that have considered changes to their state constitutions or legislation to do away with it, including the state I live in, Washington State, with I-200, Prop 209 in California, Amendment 2 in Michigan. And so I would say there continue to be multi-pronged attacks on access in higher education and the consider of race-conscious policies, but this is just the next in a long line. I do think there are some interesting things to talk about that I'll say briefly and turn over to Rachel. One, when we talk about Bakke, and this was also talked about in Fisher by Asamudia James in her work, and she spoke yesterday, is this kind of notion of white innocence. Ted Shaw talked about nobody, seemingly being responsible for the history of racial subordination and its current impact in this country. Nobody is to blame. And so when we have plaintiffs come forward, there's this notion of white innocence. So folks not responsible for the current conditions of disenfranchised people, and so should not be deprived any opportunity. But the notion is in this, in the fair litigation, what you now have is white innocence expanded. It's not just aggrieved whites, it's aggrieved whites and selected others. And so in Angela Onwachi's Willig's work, she talks about whites and honorary whites, right? The people from minority groups who can be brought in strategically into whiteness for the purposes of, disturbing or disrupting zero-sum politics in a way that continues racial hierarchy and disadvantage for certain groups. So the notion is we see this first sort of branching out now to include, it's not just about whites, it's white innocence covering a larger set of groups to include perhaps Asians who are being disadvantaged by Harvard. And I want to say, because I love the fact that Walter brought up parents involved, again, involving not only the state, but the city that I live in, because Seattle schools were also involved, because the problem is the framing that Chief Justice Robert gives in parents involved is obviously built on this notion of colorblindness being real, or now post-racialism being achieved in the United States, right? We're at the point now where race is no longer salient, and racism or race discrimination is not a problem. So any efforts at considerations of race or racial balancing are abhorrent. And so this notion that we're still considering race in higher education admissions really offends the concept of colorblindness and post-racial commitments. And so at bottom, what is sort of, being brought up in these cases is a really weird equality argument where the opponents of affirmative action are, if you support equality, if you support the idea of getting beyond racism, you'd be on the side of doing away with affirmative action, which of course completely ignores both the history of race in this country and our current moment of racial division, to include what we have seen since last summer in terms of the racial reckoning we've had in and around uses of police and citizen violence on the bodies of Black and brown men and women. And so what I'll say in my last couple of moments is I wrote an article in UC Davis a year and a half ago where I was arguing we should become stridently more race conscious in our approaches to admissions because of the fact that Bakke and its progeny are likely to fail due to the fair litigation and what comes after it. And shouldn't we then at least privilege telling the true story of race subordination and disadvantage and build on a platform of asking America to actually reconcile that history? And what Black Lives Matter has done for me is to put me in the space of saying, I no longer have to make these arguments that we need a racial reckoning. We are in the midst of one, and the question is, what will it yield, right? So what Attorney General Holder just said is, we are in a moment, and will we turn it into a movement? That moment clearly suggests that there remains people who have been historically disadvantaged based on race, who continue to be locked out of the American dream, including access to higher education. And that although we can talk about merits and deserts, and I'll talk about that later, that unless we commit ourselves to addressing that history and this current moment of disenfranchisement, this country cannot move forward as a unified or United States with a hope of living up to the ideas of the founders. And I'll end on two historical notes that we should keep in context. We often make sort of a significant, and we take significant note of the fact that the civil rights movement was built on peaceful protest, and it was these peaceful protests that helped lead to the decision in Brown, and certainly were responsible for the landmark legislation of the 1960s, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act. And so we say this peaceful protest in and around the dignity of peoples who had been subordinated could not be ignored. And that became the catalyst for a program of change to include things like, race-conscious benefits programs. But that was not the only antecedent to the changes that lead to things like affirmative action. If you remember in the late 60s, it was not peaceful protests. It was violent protests in the wake of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, uses of police violence in places like Watts and York, Pennsylvania, that led us to see again that the racial strife in this country was debilitating and that it had to be met with a program of inclusion, because if we did not choose inclusion, the option or the alternative might be revolution. And so if we believe that inclusion is preferable to revolution, I hope that when we start having further conversations beyond the fair litigation and talking about race consciousness, that we tie it to this moment of understanding, a pushback against post-racialism, and one that says there still is much to remedy in terms of the lingering effects of racial discrimination. Rachel.
Rachel, you want to comment on that? And then I want to ask you about the intriguing thesis of your paper. But first, I want to see if you have any comments on what Seth and Mario have said.
Right. I have three observations that I'd like to make very briefly. One of them steps back because I too was struck by the shift to a focus on elite private institutions, not just Harvard in this case, but also Yale in a federal government inquiry. And there was a back and forth between former President Trump and President Eisgruber at Princeton. And one thing that I think is worth considering is the college admissions pool, because there have been projections of what they've called a birth dearth by 2026, which would mean that most colleges and universities are going to see a substantial drop in the number of applicants for seats in the entering class. And the one group that won't be affected are these elite private institutions, which will remain actually more, they're going to be even more competitive. So that's where we're going to see a lot of concerns about displacement. So already the pool of selective colleges and universities is small. And with the birth dearth, they'll get an even smaller number, and a lot of the competition will be intensified around the most elite private institutions. That, of course, from the standpoint of diversity, I think is not such an issue insofar as these institutions position themselves not just as national colleges and universities, but global institutions of higher education. So you could say, well, it's just further diversifying the perspectives that will be brought to bear. But I think that from the standpoint of equality, this global kind of regarding aspect of these institutions pulls us farther away from the justifications rooted in a domestic paradigm where we're concerned about ongoing vestiges of slavery, subordination, and stigma among our citizenry. And so I think that there will be growing tensions among those rationales if the focus continues to shift to elite private schools. The final thing that I will say is that I believe that the kind of showcasing of Asian American students is really interesting, because if you look at the general statistics, they outperform academically white students in terms of high school completion, grades, test scores, applications to college, college completion, and ultimately the household incomes for Asian Americans are now higher than for whites. And so that has subverted our traditional kind of hierarchy of who's at the top. And so I do think it's really interesting to see this happen, because it is in part also a reflection of global migration and kind of the growing number of Asian Americans, and we'll get to Latinos later, but as a result of immigration. And so I think that's upending racial identity and racial hierarchy in its own right.
Seth, I want to ask you a question that emerges from what they say. If and when you argue this in the Supreme Court, you're going to run into an underlying theme of that this case is about displacement of white applicants, displacement of Asian American applicants. And the question is, how does one combat that? When I taught Bakke the first year, I asked my large section, because I want everybody to think of the answer to this question. You can shout it out or speak it to yourself, but without thinking, I want you to answer this question, fill in the blanks. Alan Bakke was denied admission to the Davis Medical School because he is, and everybody says white, of course. And if you unpack that, there were 100 different reasons why Alan Bakke wasn't admitted to the Davis Medical School. There were a lot of places, let's say numbers 49 and 36 and 85, where they had higher MCAT scores. And there were other places where they had people had higher grades. Maybe some they played football as undergrads at UC Davis. The list goes on. The list goes on and on, and the list goes on and on of the 100 reasons. And then, but everybody focuses on these. And if you ask the question, I did a little research, Seth, into Alan Bakke's background to ask the question: if he had turned Black the day he applied, he would have had a good chance of getting into Davis. When he grew up in Florida, the school system he went to was described as unspeakably inferior, and not that he would have gone to had he been born Black. He would have gone to an unspeakably inadequate school, was said by just a federal judge. He would have seen as the leading medical school in the area, in the region. Duke only admitted white persons to its medical school. And the list goes on and on. It belies the fact that he would have been admitted to the Davis Medical School had he been Black. Seth, do you have any comments on their comments on your comment?
On your displacement point, it is of course true that Harvard has 1,600 spots for its entering class. I believe, during the time period that we examined, there were between 35 and 40,000 applicants for those those 1,600 slots. I'm told that the number this year is something like 70,000 applicants. So we're talking, I mean, the answer to any parent's question about why my child didn't get into Harvard is no one's child gets into Harvard. And what the evidence in the case showed is that somewhere between that when Harvard evaluates the academic qualifications of its applicants as best as it can, something close to 88% of all of the applicants that are filed with Harvard are deemed by the admissions people and by the faculty as fully qualified to succeed as undergraduates. So we have an enormously self-selecting pool. The evidence also showed in a way that is sort of remarkably powerful how having an undergraduate class that is diverse across multiple dimensions, including race and ethnicity, benefits all students, whatever their race and ethnicity is, and for that matter, the faculty and the sort of the learning environment of the school. And so while it's true that there is in essence a zero-sum game, which is there just a certain number of beds, dormitory beds available for incoming freshmen, there isn't really this sense of displacement, particularly taking into account how the admissions process works. This is not a process in which, and there was both witness testimony from present and former admissions officers about how this works. There is an admissions committee of 40 people. And over the course of months, this committee works both in subcommittees and then in the full committee of 40 admissions people and associated faculty members to discuss every applicant that is deemed admissible on all of the merits, on all of the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates, and decisions are made by consensus in a group of admissions officers that is itself remarkably diverse. And what the statistical evidence showed is that the notion that there are, quote, unqualified, African American or Latinx matriculants being admitted is ridiculous. You don't even get to the cusp of being considered unless your application reflects multiple strengths on academics, on extracurricular, on social programs, on creativity, and that race, for example, is no more significant in the aggregate than, for example, any number of other strengths that applicants may have. And so, it is true that there are few, if any, other institutions that are sufficiently well-heeled that they can have an admissions process that includes, for weeks at a time, 40 admissions officers going through the actual admissions folders of thousands and thousands of applicants and discussing the pros and cons of using one of the precious slots. The Harvard plan really is about as far as, no, we're not going to take her because we have to take a black boy. I mean, that just doesn't exist. And even the former admissions officers that SFFA called, not a single one of them testified that they had ever observed a decision made or a significant consideration being given to prejudicing a particular applicant because of her or his race. I mean, that's, I guess, the best answer I can give.
Right. To move this to a broader context, Rachel has a very interesting paper in which she compares the fact that the court is giving less and less deference to educational institutions, not picking up seriously on the academic freedom First Amendment aspect of Bakke, of universities to self-define themselves. The court is giving less and less deference to universities, while at the same time it's giving more and more deference to churches. And so I'd like Rachel to expand on the notion of whether the court is heading in a strange direction when you try to equate these two.
Well, thank you, Walter. I also wanted to thank all the organizers. I wanted to just start with Bakke, because in Bakke, we saw the very polarized notions of equality that have been very much at the forefront of this conference, with the 4 justices who supported race-conscious use in admissions to advance fighting societal discrimination, those who thought it was always impermissible unless it was being used to rectify the institution's own past discrimination. And as was mentioned, Justice Powell found the middle way with his emphasis on diversity, which is rooted in academic freedom and institutional autonomy. Now, that rationale was actually linked to another emerging form of institutional autonomy, corporate free speech. And during the deliberations, one of Justice Powell's colleagues, William Rehnquist, circulated a memo saying, gee, you know, there's some interesting parallels here between Bakke's claims and the claims we dealt with in Buckley versus Vallejo. And in Buckley, we said, we're not going to crimp corporate free speech to level the playing field. So wouldn't we be crimping Bakke's liberty interests, his right to compete, if we want to use affirmative action to level the playing field? Well, Powell was one of the principal architects of Buckley. He was one of the proponents of a greater role for corporations in public discourse and politics. So it was critical to him that Bakke not undermine Buckley versus Vallejo. So that is why, when you look at how he frames diversity, the emphasis is really on the autonomy of colleges and universities. So he's not addressing Bakke's First Amendment rights, it's the universities. Now, what's so interesting about this rationale, which is ultimately endorsed by the court and expanded on in Grutter and Gratz, is that it has been largely neglected by equality scholars. As Walter mentioned, I think there's been a feeling that it was sort of a diversion from the equality rationale, and it's a kind of camouflage and not really addressing head-on issues of race. And then First Amendment scholars have also neglected the diversity rationale. Now, Walter mentioned the formalism that if you went through all the US reports, you wouldn't have a very good understanding of race. And that's been critiqued, right? Why do we equate a history of discrimination and subordination with reverse discrimination against whites? And the claim is because we have a very shallow conception of race. But there's a similar kind of formalism in the First Amendment area, which is an agnosticism about the speaker. And as a result, First Amendment scholars have not attended to why we confer this kind of autonomy on certain institutions. Paul Horowitz has argued we do it because they are First Amendment institutions that have a unique role in advancing discourse, public discourse. They are institutions like colleges and universities and churches. Now, as a result of the kind of orphaning of Powell's diversity rationale, what we see is we haven't paid much attention to the interaction of the affirmative action jurisprudence and the increasingly protective jurisprudence when it comes to religious institutions. And I think that's going to be a growing problem. Now, why do I say that? The first is the issue that Walter has already flagged. When we see the Fisher case, we see the court approaching the college and university's exercise of its discretion in crafting its admissions program with growing skepticism, a demand for more persuasive proof, a rejection of a good faith test. At the same time, the court has grown increasingly deferential to religious institutions and their claims to autonomy. Not only does the court defer to the authenticity of a religious belief, it also says it can't examine a person's conviction that a neutral government regulation burdens the exercise of that belief. That, for example, has been a kind of deference we've seen when a closed corporation denied contraceptive coverage to employees because of the owner's religious beliefs. And so the court has been highly deferential to these groups based on their autonomy claims and far more skeptical of colleges and universities also asserting autonomy claims. No one has explained the difference. The other very important development is that the court has grown increasingly receptive to an expanding notion of which institutions count as religious. I just mentioned the case involving a closed corporation where the owner said our religious beliefs prevent us from providing contraceptive coverage. Now, what's so interesting there is that that was the first time that a for-profit organization had been accorded religious liberties. As a result of this expanding conception, beyond just churches, beyond just nonprofit religious organizations that promote discourse, to now for-profit corporations, we are seeing that religious liberty is on a collision course with non-discrimination laws. We've seen that in the area of contraceptive coverage and gender issues. We're also seeing it now with vendors who say that I should not have to abide by public accommodation laws because my religious beliefs make it a sin for me to provide wedding services to same-sex couples. And the courts in those cases have in some instances said that the religious beliefs exempt these vendors from providing the services, but they've gone out of their way to say we would not do the same if these were race-based forms of discrimination because race is uniquely pernicious. And therefore, we would not allow a vendor to discriminate on the basis of race as we are now allowing them to discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation. Now, that raises an interesting problem for the universities, because even if they were accorded greater deference, the court's decision-making in these religious cases continues to treat race-based discrimination as unique and uniquely dangerous. And one question is, will that be imported back into the affirmative action cases? I argue in my paper that we ought to resurrect Bob Jones University, a case in which the court, 7 years after Bakke, denied a tax exemption or upheld the denial of a tax exemption to Bob Jones University. Bob Jones had actually denied admission and expelled students who engaged in interracial relations. Why? Because they said it was against God's word. Now, the court said we have too strong a public policy to permit your religious objections to allow you to then discriminate on the basis of race. That case has coexisted with Bakke, which permits universities, including private nonprofits, to retain their tax exemptions and to use race in the admissions process in order to diversify the student body. What that tells us is that although the court says it can't tell the difference between socially desirable and undesirable uses of race, it's been doing it for nearly 3 decades by not allowing Bob Jones to engage in its form of admissions discrimination while simultaneously recognizing the value of the uses of race in affirmative action in programs like the one at Harvard. So I simply argue here that we, at our peril, ignore the First Amendment rationale because of the increasing activity in religious areas, as well as the ongoing extremely protective approach to corporate free speech, at the same time that the court seems to be retreating from autonomy for colleges and universities.
Rachel, you really called to mind the striking lack of deference that the court gives in this area. I said in jest when I was doing a moot court for Maureen Mahoney and John Payton, who argued the 2 Michigan cases, that we ought to stand up and begin by saying, may it please the court, I'd like the court to take judicial notice of the fact that Michigan, like Alabama, is a state, and that education is a traditional local function. But when Alabama gets before the court, oh yeah, we're just rolling over backwards to be deferential on all these other issues. And Mario, I want to talk about the notion of who's the most qualified. That's something that I think that you've thought about. I asked my students, again with Bakke, suppose the state got, suppose the state got a grant of $750 million to have a really enhanced law school. And you're a committee to decide who should be admitted to this class. And one argument is those with the highest LSAT scores and grade points. But you may think, well, listen, we're going to have such rich resources. We're wasting them on the Akila Mars, right? He's going to come out as smart as he went in, right? Why would we waste that? and maybe there are kids that don't meet the minimum standards, but wouldn't it be rational to say we're going to admit kids that aren't that gifted because we believe we can, coach them up and add more value? But in any event, would any of these choices be compelled by the Constitution? They all seem to come to class with a background assumption that the people with the highest grades are the ones, quote, most qualified to benefit from that there's this background entitlement. They don't articulate it in terms of the Constitution, but I think you see it. So Mario and then Seth, I'd like y'all to comment on that background assumption.
So thank you so much for that question, Walter. I completely agree that, notions of merit and who deserves based on certain qualifications, a seat or a place, so pervade these conversations without any kind of critical sort of interrogation of what merit means in this context. And so I'll say very quickly, for years, critical theorists have suggested that when we talk about merit and we simply mean high grades and high test scores, what you're really tracking is the type of race and class advantage that one has had and is multiplied over time. If your parents have resources, if you're in a good school system, if you have, the best sort of teachers and prep programs available to you, you will end up with high grades, and typically you will end up with high test scores. And what we find is that these kinds of sort of privileges track along certainly socioeconomic lines and also race lines, meaning that is much more likely in this country that African Americans and Latinx students will have lower quality schools because of the neighborhoods they seem to be overpopulated in. They will have, they're overrepresented in socioeconomic classes where you're not getting the SAT and LSAT training, prep courses, and such that when you, at the point at which you get to college admissions, what you have is a multiplied system of advantage that we now call merit, and we both divorce from the present sort of circumstances of the very different lives of students across race and class lines, in which we divorce from the historical antecedents that have produced systemic and structural advantages that are now built into the system. So the crits have done a great job of being very critical of labeling this objective and labeling this sort of race neutral. But current scholars like Asamoudi of James have also attached it to notions of white privilege. We now, what we call merit is really this expectation that because I've succeeded in the system that itself is controlled by racial hierarchy, that I deserve the benefits that come with my success, and so I should have my seat. And the privilege or expectation is so strong that it even undermines notions of merit. That one of the interesting things about Abigail Fisher, if you look at the case, is that she had lower actual test scores and grades than many of the African American and Latinx students who were denied, but she still felt like she was entitled to a place and the class. So the notion is there clearly are issues around not acknowledging merit is tied to things other than performance. It's tied to advantages that one, is basically a beneficiary of through a happenstance of birth often. So that's one. Two, that it overlaps sort of notions of white privilege. But I think I want to quote my colleague here, my former colleague, Jonathan Glader at UCLA, who wrote a wonderful article in the UC Davis Bakke Symposium about this notion of excellence being an unstated norm that colleges use, that the court has never really interrogated as to what it means and how much deference should be given to it. And why couldn't we just decide that if we're giving away the amount of money you identify, that colleges are allowed to place other values and to place other commitments ahead of what we now understand as merit or excellence, and ask different questions. And Jonathan, in that article, asked things about what have you overcome in your life that proves that you've been able to succeed probably more than we thought you would based on the resources you've been advanced, that prove that you deserve this opportunity at the scarce resource of higher education. There's also this question, and two more. One about what are we doing societally to acknowledge and then attempt to dismantle structural and systemic forms of disadvantage. And education, we know, is one means of addressing historical structural forms of disadvantage. And why aren't we allowed to use that as a value which is served through the awarding of places without some notion of saying there's a quota or particular, a politics of each race are having to articulate some kind of specified history, but just a general understanding that that we can think of a different way to allot these spaces. And finally, I'll say, if we really take diversity seriously, one of the things we see is the diversity we have in most colleges and schools is not necessarily reflective of actually the diversity in the greater society. And you could just place a larger commitment, and Professor Glader talks about this as well, right? About saying we should have classes that reflect the greater diversity of society, and think about the ways in which we could admit to service that. Now, those things have not been considered because, as Ted Shaw said yesterday, one of the things we haven't done is post-Bakke really think about all the ways we might come back at the court, understanding that in some instances, arguments that were brought forward and dismissed in the case had little evidence to support them at the time, for which we now have greater data, more evidence, more ways to think about how we allot these seats. And so, at least to your initial question, I think right now the answer is not constitutional, but it might become constitutional if we ever move to a place where we start advancing these arguments and force the court to respond to a different understanding of merit, or actually even an expanded understanding of diversity and admissions.
That's really good. We have 3 questions here. Really, I think.
Can I just comment on this for a second, Walter? Because sure. I think one of the many innovations of the Harvard trial was that it involved a systematic examination of what merit is. That is, what is merit in the eyes of Harvard College in making admissions determinations? And again, Harvard is somewhat sui generis, but one of the first pieces of evidence that came in was a demonstration of the fact that, given the self-selecting nature of its applicant pool, Harvard could admit multiple classes of perfect SAT test takers. It could admit multiple classes of people who graduated from high school summa cum laude. And therefore, in some ways, the least, the most ubiquitous qualification of these thousands and thousands of applicants is blinding academic qualifications. It is in some ways it's the commonest feature, and therefore is not a distinguishing factor. And Harvard is not over the past 100 years has not in any respect been attempting to admit a class of the quote smartest or most academically accomplished students. It's not trying to do that. It is trying to assemble an organic class of individuals who, as a whole, will best be able to teach and learn from each other, and to teach Harvard's faculty, and to emerge through the benefit of this learning from people who are diverse across multiple dimensions as the most qualified class of potential community and national leaders in the future. And once you define merit that way, it becomes the kind of the multi-dimensional world that Mario was talking about. So rather than saying, as a society, why can't we just say, well, Asian Americans are only 4% of the population, so why is it that Harvard is admitting 25% of its class as Asian Americans? African Americans are X percentage, but they're not the same percentage. Rather than having some sort of social engineering program like that, to pick up on Rachel's point about emphasizing the First Amendment, what on earth is wrong with a university trying to create the kind of pedagogical environment that I've just described in the way that I've just described it? So I think in this case, we have sort of defined through a huge amount of evidence a respect in which universities can define merit in ways in which taking account of race as one factor among many is in fact the way that merit is defined.
You know, I would dream of that Notre Dame would announce that it has a religious commitment to overcoming 400 years of a racial caste system, and therefore it is going to take race into account, not for reasons of diversity of the class, but for a broader set of reasons, because it's a religious commitment. See where we get in Rachel's saying. We have some excellent questions, and mostly for Seth. Rachel,
can I just add just two quick things? One is the fact that you have huge amounts of evidence, 90 and 100-page opinions, is already evidence that the courts aren't deferring very much to colleges and universities, that very intrusive kind of just evidentiary process. The other thing that I wanted to say is I think it's a mistake to focus the definition of merit in the courts. I think a lot of this is going to happen outside of the courts. We just had a referendum in California, Proposition 16, to rescind the ban on affirmative action under Proposition 209. It failed by about 2/3 at no vote. And what you saw was that while the African-American community appears to have been supportive, the Latino community was ambivalent, whites were against it, Asians were against it. And so we are going to see some kind of alignment of what people think should count in this process through political exercises like that. And I don't think we should overlook those dimensions as well.
I think Rachel just gave one of the best answers to one of our questions. Let me tell you how quickly what they were. Seth, I think they're mainly for you initially, but Leslie Strom wants to know, is there a way to get these issues before the courts in a context where the universities are not on the defensive? That's related to the question of how is it, let's see, question by James Dockery, how did the plaintiffs overcome the standing issue? I'm smiling because Seth had me do the standing amicus brief, or lack thereof. Because someone discussed the significance of Harvard being private when all the preceding cases are state universities. And that's from Dina Davis. From Yoshi wants to know, can you, what are the best reasons why conservative justices might vote to uphold affirmative action? So Seth, I'll give you the first cut at that range of questions.
Well, let me, I'm not sure that the questions all correspond with a single answer, but for James Doherty, how the plaintiff overcame the standing issue, after we identified at the very outset of the lawsuit that we were going to move to dismiss for lack of standing, SFFA changed its rules to basically provide that any Asian American student or parent who's self-identified by like sending them an email would be deemed a quote, auxiliary member. And they then claimed that they were a membership organization representing the membership organization. We pointed out in, and the district judge denied our motion to dismiss on those grounds. When we renewed our motion, we renewed the standing issue on summary judgment, explaining that, you know, these people were members in name only. They then changed the rules to point out that they now required members to pay $5 or $10 in dues. And they had expanded the board from Mr. Fisher, Ms. Fisher, and Mr. Blum to be 5 people, one of whom would be a quote, an auxiliary member. And we then pointed out that although they claimed they had 37,000 members, a look at their tax form showed that 99.99% of all their revenue funding came from conservative ideological organizations, and there were only a handful of dues paid. And the court rejected summary judgment again. Walter filed a very powerful amicus brief on the standing issue, you know, which we have preserved all the way, you know, which turns on how one reads the Supreme Court's decision in Hunt versus Washington Apple Commission. To Buck Goldstein's point that, and this does sort of tie in, SFFA then turned around and sued UNC of all places, which is a public institution, again, going to the question that Dina Davis raised. And the suit against UNC doesn't involve the sort of Asian issue. This is pure overrule Grutter, overrule Fisher, or in any event, UNC is using race in a way that's not consistent with those cases. The UNC case has trailed the Harvard case, so it has been tried recently. There's no decision yet in the case. There was some thinking that, perhaps the two cases could catch up to each other and come to the Supreme Court at the same time, but that really doesn't seem feasible. To Leslie's question about, is there some way to get these issues before the courts in ways in which universities aren't on the defensive? It's a great question. I must say, off the top of my head, I can't think of a way that there would be a case, or that a university could articulate a case or controversy. And generally speaking, I will say that universities and colleges, the last place and last thing in the world they want to do is raise their head out of the foxhole to say, hey, we're also using race as one factor among many. And aren't we allowed to do this? I mean, this is like, there is a reason why, although there were dozens and dozens of amicus briefs filed in the case, we did not have a lot of individual institutions saying, hey, we're doing it too. This was mostly associations, including, by the way, many Asian American associations saying, what are you talking about? We're advantaged by a system that takes account of our ethnicity as one factor among many. Urav Joshi's question, about what is it that will appeal to conservative justices about our position, I'm going to demur on, because the court may well grant cert in this case, and my practice is to reserve my advocacy and answers to questions and cases that I am litigating to the court. I would love to hear what Rachel and Mario think about this, or Walter, but I'm not going to reveal the secret sauce at this point.
Well, I do have a thought about that, and that is, I think that the conservative justices are liberty justices.
That's a great way to end, because whether they have any.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, just
our time
quickly.
is up, but I want to hear your answer to this.
Okay, my sense is that the conservative wing of the court is liberty focused, far less equality focused. And their commitments to autonomy for religious institutions, for corporate free speech rights, that one of the most powerful mechanisms to bring them on board is to suggest that rejecting autonomy for colleges and universities will undermine their jurisprudence of corporate free speech and religious liberty, where they've been extremely aggressive. And I think that was true from the time Bakke was decided. That Bakke was very careful, Justice Powell, to make sure that they didn't undermine the autonomy they were creating for other institutions. I see no rationale for saying that for-profit corporations are more important to public discourse and have a greater stake or claim to autonomy than colleges and universities. So to me, that's a very powerful argument for the conservative wing of the court.
Maybe, Seth, you should open by saying, may it please the court, I would like you to take judicial notice of the fact that Harvard is a corporation. And you love them. You love them. Alan, are you going to call time on us?
Yes, that was such a rich discussion. I'm sorry that we have to put it into such a rich panel. Thank you for all the insights that you all shared. You have all been a part of this fight for a long, long time, and we are so lucky to have the benefits and the just nuggets of your insights and lessons learned. Thank you, Professor Dellinger. Thank you, Dean Moran. Thank you, Dean Barnes, and thank you, Mr. Waxman. To our attendees, we will now transition to our next panel, panel 5. We'll get that started in a few minutes, about 3 minutes at 11:35. Thank you. Good morning. I see you, Professor Joyner. Thank you. President Ryan, if you can turn your camera on, that'd be great. I see you, Ms. Nelson.
Hi, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I see you, Chancellor Gray Little.
Good morning.
Good morning. And we're just waiting on one more person, so we'll just be another minute before we get started.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Well, thanks.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. And is it Janae? Is that the way you pronounce your name?
It's Janae.
Janae. Okay. Good
Yes.
morning, Janae.
Good morning.
Now, how much time do we have for this?
So we have an hour and 15 minutes. It looks like we're starting 5 minutes behind schedule. So I don't know if they're shaving off some time or they're going to extend it. Maybe Alan can give us some guidance on that.
Absolutely. So we'll end at 12:45. And I see we have Ms. Jamie Lewis Keith with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so we're still ending at 12:45.
Correct. Yes.
And Alan, you're sending lunch to everyone?
You know, I wish I could. I wish I could. So we'll go ahead and get started. First want to welcome back our attendees, and I also want to introduce. I have the great privilege and honor now of introducing our moderator, Associate Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Janae Nelson, and our panelists include former Chancellor Bernadette Gray Little, Professor Irving Joyner, partner at Education Council Jamie Lewis Keith, and then President of the University of Virginia, James Ryan. They will be discussing the ways forward in the university context. Ms. Nelson.
Thank you so much, Alan, and good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to moderate this panel with such esteemed guests and to bring this discussion to brass tacks, if you will, to really talk about what the goals of affirmative action are and what this enterprise is that we've been engaged in for so many decades to protect and fight for, and how do we make it a reality on the ground. We know that because of the jurisprudence, the stated goals of affirmative action have been narrowed to focus primarily on diversity. And so we're going to talk about how we really leverage that goal to meet the educational needs of students who have been historically marginalized. But we can also talk about some of the broader issues about merit and conditions on college campuses and the impact of the pandemic on admissions policies and what programs have been instituted to ensure that students who arrive at universities through affirmative action programs have the promise of their potential realized through the programs and support at colleges and universities. So I'm delighted to have this esteemed panel to help us walk through that conversation. Please submit questions for our panelists in the chat. You already know that we won't be providing long bios, but I will give you a very brief sense of who is part of this discussion so that you can understand the perspective that they bring to bear on this conversation. And I'll do that as I introduce each panelist with just a few questions that I hope that they can answer. We're going to start with Miss Bernadette Gray Little, who is a retired academic administrator. She most recently served as the 17th Chancellor of the University of Kansas, where she was the first African-American and female to serve as the Chancellor. She oversaw the university's main campus in Lawrence and many of its facilities. And I'm hoping that she can start us off by discussing the educational value of diversity. What are some of the admissions approaches that have worked to achieve diversity, and what are the approaches that have been less successful that perhaps we should be wary of, particularly as we think about race-neutral admissions policies. And of course, I think it's impossible for us to have this discussion at this moment without acknowledging the dire health crisis that has engulfed this country. So I'm hoping that Ms. Gray Little can also talk to us about how COVID-19 has impacted admissions, and especially in light of the number of universities that have said that they are now test optional. You know, do you believe that this will result in a permanent change in universities' reliance on standardized tests? So please help us sift through some of those questions, and please give us your perspective based on your rich engagement with universities at the helm.
Good morning, and I'm delighted to be at the conference and to have been able to participate by hearing the panelists who have preceded us. I'll address some of the questions that you proposed, Janae. I doubt that I could answer all of them, but I will start by making some comments. I believe that the demographics of success should reflect demographics of the population. And where it does not, that there are problems of access, problems of justice that we've heard talked about so much in the last 2 days. We say we believe that access to education, knowledge, wealth, and power should not be predetermined by static demographic characteristics. And yet, as we've all have discussed, racial and ethnic differences in education, health, and income show that there is very much to be done to achieve equality in these areas. And so our focus today is how affirmative action strategies in higher education can further goals of diversity and equality. And to some extent, even that is controversial because while most universities and colleges explicitly espouse a view that having diverse students, faculty, and staff contribute to educational equality, and that diversity serves the educational goals of the university, explicit endorsement of equality goals has become fraught, and several people have commented upon that. So that in some ways, what might have been the basis for origins of affirmative action have been challenged and are not part of our discussion. The most frequently asked question about affirmative action, other than whether it's legal, is has it achieved diversity goals in higher education and is it necessary? And in general, affirmative action strategies have been seen as effective, for example, in increasing the number of women faculty at universities. It has also been seen as effective in diversifying the student body. In this conversation, as we've seen already, a disproportionate amount of attention has been given to a narrow sense of affirmative action, that is the admission of underrepresented minority students at highly selective universities. By highly selective, I refer to roughly the 50 top ranked universities and colleges in the US and the US News and World Report. These colleges enroll less than 7% of college students. And what it means is, as was just mentioned in the last panel, is that they deny admission to most applicants, including many with strong academic credentials. But they're important because they're seen as leading universities and because so much attention has focused on them, and they have been the subject of so much research in the past decades. The most dramatic evidence of the effectiveness of affirmative action probably comes from the negative case. That is, what has happened in places where affirmative action, in the sense of considering race and ethnicity as a factor, has been eliminated. And we have models for that. Starting in about 1996, several states made precisely that decision, banning the use of race or race and sex in undergraduate admissions to their public universities, forcing universities to use so-called race-neutral criteria. Texas, California, Michigan, Washington, are among the states who made that decision. And these bans primarily apply to in-state applicants who by state law comprised 80 to 90% of entering classes. There have been, as I mentioned, a large number of studies of the results of this. I'm going to just briefly state a couple of the findings based on studies in Texas and California. Texas top 10% plan and the California 7% plan are based on using top-ranked high school students or admitting top-ranked high school students. There is a way in which this assures diversity in terms of representation of students from throughout the states. These plans are not identical, and each of them has some nuances. But the question is, did they maintain or increase diversity? And there are some broad conclusions. The bans reduced enrollment of underrepresented minorities and increased white enrollment at selective colleges. In California, for example, both Berkeley and UCLA saw minority enrollment drop 50% in the years immediately following implementation of the ban. And the decrease was seen in African American, American Indians, and Latino students. And in California in particular, there was a notable shift in where minority students with the strongest credentials enrolled. They went from more selective to less selective institutions. The debate about whether the ban has an effect on less selective institutions is still going on, with some people suggesting that it does not have as much effect on less selective institutions because they admit most of their students, while others have reported that the ban has decreased minority access across levels of selectivity. Socioeconomic status and geographic or residential status have also been tried as race-neutral strategies. And again, they have been found not to be effective in maintaining or increasing diversity. And I'll mention briefly one last report that is relevant to the UNC Chapel Hill case that was mentioned again in the last panel, in which there was an examination of the use of all of these neutral procedures: class rank, socioeconomic status, and residential location, to see if using any one of these approaches could yield the same type of class. It is a class with as much diversity and with the same level of academic credentials as you could get from using a holistic admission process. And there were exhaustive statistical analyses involved in this study, and the findings were very clear. It was not possible to admit a class with as much diversity and academic credentials of the same level with any of these procedures. So to that question, have universities found effective alternatives to race-conscious admissions that achieve the diversity they seek? The answer is no, there are not. There has been substantial speculation about this issue, and I know that there are cases down in front of the Supreme Court, but it seems pretty clear from the research of the last 2 to 3 decades that affirmative action does have positive effects, that elimination of affirmative action does decrease diversity. I focus on affirmative action in this way because it has been given so much attention. But as I think about this approach to affirmative action at highly selective institutions, it can almost seem like a distraction. It is important. Affirmative action should be continued in this way. It contributes to diversity at selective institutions. But in this narrow sense, affirmative action is not able to achieve the very important goal of increasing the number of students, especially minority and low-income students, who are adequately prepared for post-secondary education. which would in turn allow their more vigorous participation in the economy. Now, this is a harder problem than the one we just talked about. And it's a harder problem, is one that does not have a single solution, and it is a problem that higher education cannot solve by itself. It will require many components of society, many avenues to address it. We need enabling policy and financial leadership from state and federal governments. We need to expand existing successful programs, often jointly funded by private foundations, that focus on structured educational enrichment and advising for students in junior high or earlier. We need programs offered by universities support success of enrolled students to increase. And it would be helpful to have laws that support universities being proactive in creating a society which in which success reflects the demographics of the population. Now, as you mentioned, COVID has had a very dramatic effect on everything about society. And I think that it is and will be having a dramatic effect on higher education in some very particular ways and in more general ways. In a particular way, because of COVID, many universities have discontinued temporarily the requirement of standardized test scores for admissions for the coming year. Some it will be for 2 years, and some others have already eliminated SAT scores permanently. This may remove one area of restriction for universities and provide them greater flexibility. It's also the case that because of COVID, there have been decreases in enrollment in many universities, and especially decreases in enrollment of low-income and minority students, making the issues that we are talking about even more stark. And generally, the effects of COVID on the economy mean universities have less revenue from other sources as well, especially public universities who are also experiencing reductions in state funding. And just generally the health of the population. I think I read yesterday that life expectancy has now had been reduced because of the excess deaths from COVID. Not only have they been reduced, but again, you see the differential effects that we've been talking about in so many other areas, that for whites, for example, the reduction is a little bit less than a year, but for African Americans, it's a little bit less than 3 years, 3 times the impact. So that some of the problems that we've talked about as contributing to equality are made worse by COVID, and some of the resources that we might have had to address it have become reduced. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chancellor Gray-Little. Those were very insightful remarks, and I appreciate you bringing to bear the research on the importance of affirmative action and the inadequacy of race-neutral measures, and then, of course, reminding us of the reality of what the pandemic has done to admissions and done to the opportunities that exist for those who are most challenged by this pandemic. I'd like to bring into the conversation Jamie Lewis Keith. Jamie has a 35-year legal career, including almost 18 years leading the in-house legal function and serving in senior policy roles at premier private and public research universities. She currently practices with Education Council, LLC. She previously served as Vice President, General Counsel, and University Secretary for the University of Florida and Senior Counsel, and Managing Director for Environmental Programs and Risk Management at MIT. And so she brings that perspective to bear on how you may advise universities in the best way to operate in this climate. I caught the tail end of the last panel, and I believe I heard Seth Waxman say that universities are quite unlikely to want to raise their heads or wave their hands to have courts scrutinize their race-conscious policies. And so I'll ask you, as a seasoned university legal counsel, what would you advise universities to do in this climate of heightened scrutiny of race-conscious admissions? You know, that's one reality on the one hand. On the other hand, there is acute sensitivity to and understanding of systemic racism against people of color. In light of last year's protests, in light of just the awakening of what I believe is really the unraveling of our democracy. And how do we marry that awareness and that interest in addressing anti-Black racism in particular, and other forms of discrimination against marginalized communities, with the real threat of courts potentially ruling that the race-conscious admissions policies run afoul of the law? Is there a way for universities to acknowledge that latter reality without running afoul of the anti-remedial limitations that Bakke has put in place, or otherwise inviting legal attack?
Thank you, Janae, and I just want to thank the Civil Rights Center and Dean Boger, and especially distinguished Professor Ted Shaw, for including me in this symposium, which I think is not only grounding us, but also inspiring our action going forward. Ted has guided me in this work and been a cherished friend for 20 years, so I'm really delighted to be here and also to hear Chancellor Gray-Little's remarks just now. I'm going to highlight 5 points that frame my thinking about how to advance racial equity and diversity in higher education today. First, I would say that institutions that want to fulfill their missions and critical roles in society, this is a time to demonstrate a strong commitment to both racial equity and what I will call educational diversity, this diversity interest, to not be intimidated by the law, but also to act wisely, which means taking strong action that also adheres to the requirements of existing law and resisting bravado, because failure to satisfy existing law on race when brought to a court, particularly an unsympathetic court, can be expected to result in worse law, and that can undermine diversity and equity efforts across a judicial circuit and across the nation. So my overall message is do diversity, do racial equity, but do each one very intentionally and do them right. Which brings me to the second point, which is that it's essential that we not let the law prevent an institution from taking effective action to specifically advance racial equity. In our regular activities and communications, as well as in litigation, we have to start putting forward the evidence of the existence and effects of systemic racial inequity within the norms of higher education, just as they are within the norms of many pillars of all pillars, really, of American society. Some of these norms are considered as indicative of a time in history, or as benign traditions, or even as reflective of excellence, but they are in fact profoundly damaging to individuals of color today. Educational diversity is a research-supported, compelling policy, and we certainly don't want to lose it, but we have to stop limiting both the dialogue and the institutional action to a focus almost exclusively on diversity. This requires recognizing the existence of systemic racism in higher education and taking systemic action to disrupt it. Take stock of an institution's own history, transparently acknowledge how the institution is perpetuating systemic racial inequity in its climate, its culture, and norms, even though these norms align with those that are accepted in American society as benign, and determine how the institution can shed these norms and diminish barriers to equity. This really brings up what happens to a student when they actually get into an institution and have an experience there. Without triggering federal non-discrimination law, an institution can embrace mission that expressly includes contributing to racial equity in society. Pursue race-focused curricular content and programming to elevate truth and understanding. pursue pedagogical approaches that are effective for a racially diverse student body, eliminate naming and other honors that ignore racist messages and impacts, and adopt definitions and measures of merit for opportunities and benefits that are attentive to the differences in experience and privilege for individuals in society that are associated with their race. The third point is that it's critical to use precise language and educate our campus communities regarding the difference between racial equity to remedy systemic racism and its profoundly harmful effect on educational opportunities, access, experience, and outcomes for individuals of color, and educational diversity, the universally beneficial educational outcomes for all students that are associated with learning in a broadly diverse setting, and of course, particularly advantage white students as well. Both interests are critical to achieving an institution's mission and role, but while these interests can be complementary, they are different. Opponents of both equity and diversity champion obfuscation of the difference. They use affirmative action, which they wrongly and intentionally paint as unfair racial preferences, as opposed to measures that remedy race-based harm that has been inflicted on individuals and demands level setting at the starting line. Opponents of racial equity promote diversity for all students with an intention to disregard the fact that colorblindness and equality under the law cannot be achieved until there is a foundation of racial equity. Because while any person may face enormous challenges in life and work hard to successfully overcome them, individuals of color bear the extra burden of systemic racism on top of these more universal challenges. Courts have adopted the opponent's false narratives that cast serious doubt on race-conscious action as unfair and unequal treatment, rather than telling the truth that race-conscious action is needed to counter harmful effects of systemic racism. Institutions have the ability through their educational and research programs, as well as their litigation and amicus strategies and the kinds of things they invest in, to elevate the truth and facilitate change. It's one of their key roles. Institutions have to fulfill the requirements of current law, which since Bakke in 1978, as we've been discussing, has rejected as contrary to equal protection under law, seeking to remedy racial inequities in society at large as a justification for considering the race of individuals when conferring educational opportunities and benefits. But it's on higher education to build a record of evidence to debunk this false notion, and not to use sloppy language that gives opponents the opportunity to conflate universally beneficial educational diversity with racial equity and equality. That doesn't mean ignoring the requirements of existing law. To the contrary, it means supplementing our legal arguments and our evidence under existing law with arguments and evidence that can ultimately motivate an evolution in the law toward racial equity, which will take time, but we've got to start doing it. And even within the limits of existing law, it means identifying the systemic barriers to racial equality in our own institutions and taking real action that can advance more equitable opportunities, experience, and outcomes for students and faculty of color. So my fourth point returns to a key requirement of existing law. We can't be intimidated by a Supreme Court whose majority is likely skeptical at best and hostile at worst to the court's admission precedents. But there's still the conservative principle of stare decisis, and the weight of 40 years of precedent allowing limited consideration of individuals' race in conferring enrollment benefits when the need for race consciousness can be demonstrated to advance educational diversity benefits. The burden is on the institutions of higher education to demonstrate the need for that with actual evidence. And among the evidence that's essential to meet that burden is serious and ongoing consideration, use, and evaluation of the impacts of what the court has called workable race-neutral alternatives to individual race consciousness. While there is nothing neutral about race in American society, we should not malign race-neutral strategies, even though, as Chancellor Gray-Little noted, they are often not alone adequate. That said, they can be low risk and high reward ways to advance important institutional interests apart from increasing racial compositional diversity, while also contributing significantly to at least some aspects of that compositional diversity. They aren't a substitute, but they can contribute. Using race-neutral strategies is not evidence of lack of commitment. Indeed, it is a demonstration of the seriousness of an institution to take wise and critical action to preserve the limited race-conscious authority we currently have to advance educational diversity interests while we act on our campuses and in our programs and in the courts to also evolve the law to advance racial equity. So what I'm saying is get that evidence and do both. My fifth and final point is related to the fourth. It is to suggest that institutions pay attention to the difference in the design of the admissions processes that have been upheld by the Supreme Court in Michigan's Grutter cases involving a holistic review process in which race is endorsed among many other factors of each individual at many points in the admissions process, and UT's Fisher cases involving an individually race-blind percent plan that admits 75% of the class and a holistic review process that admits 25% and considers race only as a factor of a factor of a factor in the decision, with the decision makers being unaware of race of individuals they admit or the effects of their decisions on the racial composition of the class. Both are still good law dating back to 1978. In Fisher, the Supreme Court assumed the continued validity of key aspects of the Grutter case without specifically ruling on them. But this is where a Supreme Court that is not inclined to overrule 40 years of precedent and wants to further constrain it may seek room to maneuver. I want to emphasize that awareness of this possibility because of those differences should not change race-conscious enrollment policy design now. But institutions need to be prepared to up their reliance on strategies that do not consider individual race when conferring benefits, but that can still have some impact. Institutions also need to take definitive systemic action to diminish systemic racism in the ways that they operate and the norms that they embrace, so that, and in ways that do not implicate legal constraints. While at the same time, they also work to reveal the evidence of systemic racism's effects on American higher education opportunities and outcomes so that we can begin to evolve the law toward recognition of the need for racial equity before we can actually have equality.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those excellent recommendations on ways in which universities can honor the obligation to engage in race-conscious admissions in a way that is within the bounds of the law. I think we all take quite seriously your exhortation that we can do diversity, we can do racial equity, but we must do it right. And you gave some excellent guidelines on how to do it right and to do it within the bounds of the law. Many of those recommendations apply quite specifically to predominantly white institutions. And I want to make sure that we don't forget about the large swath of students who are not in predominantly white institutions, but are in historically Black colleges and universities. And so I'd like to bring into this part of the discussion Irving Joyner, who has worked as a professor at North Carolina Central University School of Law since 1982 and served as the Associate Dean of North Carolina Central University School of Law earlier in his career and currently teaches a number of courses. Professor Joyner, we've heard a lot about the institutions that have been targeted by efforts to challenge affirmative action policies. But, you know, as I mentioned, there's a broad category of institutions that produce many of the best and brightest leaders in the Black community that don't face this problem. And those are our HBCUs. If we look at schools like North Carolina Central that have among the most racially and ethnically diverse student and faculty populations in the country, what lessons can we learn? Also, do HBCUs have an ethical obligation to ensure that they do not become so diverse that they foreclose educational opportunities to historically marginalized Black students in favor of diversity? So I hope that you can weigh in on some of those questions and any other insights that you'd like to share.
Okay, thank you, Danae, for that. Let me first of all just thank Ted Shaw and the organizers of this conference for envisioning it and organizing it and moving us forward to where we are today. It is a very important discussion. And I really appreciate the fact that included in this discussion is some mention of the HBCUs, which find themselves on the other end of the totem pole that we are dealing with. First of all, HBCUs, for those of you who don't know, and to kind of give some context to this discussion, what was a term that was coined in the 1968 Higher Education Act that Congress passed, which served to expand federal funding to these historical institutions around the country. HBCUs, as defined in that act, were those institutions that were primarily focused on the education of African Americans, and that had created a student body and a faculty that dedicated itself to uplifting the African American community. And this history of HBCUs predated the Civil War, starting in 1837 with Cheney University in Pennsylvania, and then in 1856 with Wilberforce University in Ohio. But most of the 111 HBCUs which presently exist were established between 1865 and 1900 during Reconstruction. And they were focused primarily on the need to provide an higher education to a community or population that was excluded from white universities, or where the vast majority of members of that population could not get into those institutions because those institutions were seeking the best from among us, or the talented 10th from among us. So the HBCU experience has always been an expanded one that did not seek to obtain or provide education to the best, but rather to the rest. And it was about expanding opportunities for the vast majority of African Americans at the time to obtain an education. So it was a home place, and it was a family gathering that was created to form a community within the institution that addressed deficient educational preparation at the secondary level, and also was designed to address ongoing racial discrimination and racial bias which existed within our society. And in that regard, the educational mission was designed to expand and open up and encourage, inspire the larger group of African Americans to participate in the higher educational pursuit, but also to prepare them to deal with the racial injustices, racial discrimination, racial biases that they were going to confront, and then prepare them to adequately confront those experiences that they would have moving forward. We are very proud of our history. We have been successful in creating leaders that have presented themselves in every sphere of American life. We are certainly honored that Kamala Harris, who some of you may know, is the Vice President of the United States and a graduate of Howard University. And we look at such luminaries as Thurgood Marshall and Julius Chambers and Henry Fry, among others, who graced the verdant greens of HBCUs from around the country. So we are proud of that history. what set us apart, I think, from the larger, more established and prestigious so-called institutions is the mission. What is the mission? And our mission has been the same from 1837 up until today. It has broadened somewhat, but the mission is to serve underserved communities and to develop leadership from among the residents of those communities who can then go back into those communities to help uplift them and to send us other individuals that we can train and prepare for those leadership roles. Now, there are 101, I said 111 before, but there's 101 HBCUs that are located in 19 states in this country. 89% of those are located in the South. And those private and public institutions represent roughly 2.5% of the total colleges and universities in this country. 59% of them only confer undergraduate degrees. 41% provide graduate degrees, and 28% of them will award doctorate degrees. So while HBCUs serve a predominantly African-American student population, by 2018, non-African Americans constituted 24% of the student bodies who are these HBCUs institutions. Since 1976, the number of attending female students has been higher than male enrollment, and by 2018, approximately 62% of student body on African American on these HBCUs were African American females. Roughly 76% of the enrolled students already attend one of the public rather than the private HBC institutions. I'm at North Carolina Central University, which is located in Durham and has a proud history. We are a undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral institution. We have a law school there. We have doctoral programs and graduate programs. We have roughly 8,300 students on the campus today. Roughly 2/3 of those are females. Roughly 20% of our population are non-African Americans, which means that roughly 80% are African Americans. At the law school, the numbers are a little different. And for the most part, roughly 55% of our student body would be African Americans. Roughly between 35 and 40% on a regular basis would be whites, and then we would have other racial minorities, indigenous population, members of indigenous populations, Latinos, Asians, and others who constitute the rest of our population. And as such, we have always ranked in the top 10 law schools in the country in diversity, whatever that diversity means. But we have a diverse student body, and we have always had a diverse student body. From the outset of the HBCU history, one of the hallmarks is that there has never been an effort to discriminate against anyone on the basis of race. Going back to Cheney State, to Wilberforce, and even today, there has always been a non-discriminatory policy in the admission and in the hiring of faculty members at these institutions. So we've not had, as a part of our history, an instance where people have been excluded on the basis of race. Rather, we have been excluded from consideration on the basis of race. Our diversity flows from those individuals or those non-African Americans who want to come to our institution. And based on our history, the reputation of our graduates, the reputation of our programs, they feel that we have something to offer them. So typically when we have white students who come, it is because they want to be there. They've heard about our mission in civil rights and our missions in political rights and our mission dealing with First Amendment rights, and they want to be a part of that. And in the process to become admitted into the institution, we don't consider their race. We consider what it is that they can bring to the institution to help the institution and the student body to grow. And at the same time, what it is that we can provide to them to make them the kinds of leaders within the communities in which they will reside once they graduate from the institution. So I think that one way of working on this diversity is to expand the opportunity for people to participate, for people to become students. Now, the experience that we have at the undergraduate level and at the law school level differ. We have similar compositions in the student body, but one of the things that we always have had to overcome is the inadequate educational preparation that our students receive in secondary schools. We have to remedy bad teaching that existed at the secondary level. And as such, we take risks on students who would academically not be prepared to qualify at the larger institutions, who are seeking the high achievers from within our community. And in fact, we end up competing for those high achievers, and typically we get bought out because these institutions have money that they can buy off the best from within the population that we serve. Nevertheless, we get many high quality students at our institution, but we are aware that one of the things that we have to deal with is remedying the poor educational offerings that these students have gone through at the secondary school level. That is an ongoing effort that we are dealing with, and we even deal with that at the law school. Certainly at the undergraduate level, we have to deal with that. So we don't seek to obtain the best, but we focus on the rest and give them an opportunity so that they can go out in life and become one of the best that's operating within our society. So we look at our mission, our history. We utilize objective admissions criteria, and we rely upon the public relations of our alumni to help us in the recruiting process and the educational and inspirational process in local communities that draw students to our institution so that we can provide them with what it is that we have to offer. With that, I will end, Janae, and we can have some discussion.
Well, thank you, Professor Joyner. Those were very helpful perspectives to share. I don't think people often think to look to HBCUs as a model for diversity, and you've outlined the many ways why they should. Before we open it up to questions and answers, I very much want to bring into the discussion James E. Ryan, who serves as the 9th president of the University of Virginia. He is a leading expert on law and education and has written extensively about educational opportunity. He also brings the experience of having served as dean of the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and before that was a professor at the University of Virginia School of Law. And so I'm hoping that you can bring us full circle, President Ryan. I asked at the outset, what is the purpose of the enterprise of affirmative action? Even if we're able to clear the hurdle of instituting lawful admissions policy that produces a racially and ethnically diverse student body, once that diversity or inclusion has been achieved in university admissions, what work must universities engage in to really leverage the strength and power of that diversity in the education and in the overall experience of students? In other words, is it enough just to get the students in the door? And I'm hoping that as part of your response, you can talk about your experience as the Dean of Harvard School of Education and the Fulfilling the Promise of Diversity program that you created there.
Well, thanks, Janae. And before I begin, I also want to thank Ted Shaw and Jack Boger for organizing this conference and for inviting me to participate. And to Janae and my co-panelists, I want to say what an honor it is to be on the same panel with all of you. So Janae, I'll give a very brief answer to your question and then take a step back. No, I don't think it's enough just to get students in the door. I think it's necessary, but not sufficient. But, you know, to take a broader frame of this, I think this is an example of the limits of the law. So when I was a law student and then a young lawyer, I was interested in school finance cases and school desegregation cases. I was just fascinated by them. And I had an outsized view of the law and lawyers. And I thought, if you win the case, you've solved the problem, which obviously is a naive view. So if you think about school finance cases, if you are successful, that's often the beginning of the work. A lot depends on how funding is spent. Same with school desegregation. If you win a school desegregation case, that's often just the beginning. What happens in the classroom makes a difference between whether the legal victory is translated into something that advantages all students. And so it is, I think, with diversity generally, either in K-12 or in higher education. I think the benefits of diversity among students and among faculty are enormous. So say the potential benefits, but they're not always automatic. And that was what was behind the idea of this initiative we started at the Harvard Graduate School of Education called Fulfilling the Promise of Diversity. And it was meant to be a community-wide conversation about how we as an education school could better prepare future teachers and leaders to lead and teach in diverse schools. And it was an interesting conversation, not particularly well organized. We had some speakers and workshops, and then people realized, well, we need to practice what we're preaching. That is to say, we need to do some of the work at our own school, which brought it up a notch and led us over the entire time I was dean to think about how are we going about hiring faculty, and what changes should we make to our hiring practices? How are we going about teaching, and how are we making sure that our classes are inclusive and our faculty feel prepared to talk about issues of race and diversity and equity? And what's the environment like? And you know, it was difficult work, but some of the most worthwhile work I've been involved in as an educator. To turn to the broader question of, you know, how do we fulfill the promise of diversity? What needs to happen inside colleges and universities? I will say here, I'm not an expert, but based on my experience as a dean and my limited experience as president, I would say generally we have to get past the idea of what you might think of as diversity 1.0, where all you do is you bring students, a diverse group of students to a university, and then you do nothing else. You don't change anything, you don't pay attention, you just magically think this is all going to work by itself. I think you have to focus on three key things that I'll just describe briefly so that we can open it up to questions. The first and maybe the most important is to build intentionally an inclusive academic environment, both within the classroom and outside of it. And this involves a number of things. I think it begins with faculty diversity. Faculty diversity means not only that you're bringing in more perspectives and backgrounds, but you're also offering a wider array of mentors to a diverse group of students, and also indicating that you're not just talking about diversity, you believe in diversity. I also think it means paying attention to and providing opportunities for faculty to share best pedagogical practices about how to create an inclusive classroom environment, how to bring issues of diversity into the classroom, onto the syllabus, how to engage in conversations around difficult topics. I also think it means thinking about the needs of all students, and especially students who don't already know how to navigate a college or university. That can be as simple as making sure that faculty explain to students the purpose of office hours and make it clear that their door is open to office hours. It can also mean making sure that dining halls or dorms are open during breaks for students who can't afford to go on vacation or can't afford to go home. It means also paying attention to whether students have the opportunity to participate fully in the life of the university, or whether there are financial obstacles to them doing so. The second is, I think it's important to ensure that the campus environment, the built environment, reflects the diversity of the faculty and student body. This means, I think, offering a variety of spaces that reflect the diversity of the institution and provide students the opportunity both to bridge and a chance to bond with other students. But it also means paying attention to the messages that are sent by portraits, memorials, statues, logos, and other symbols. Who you honor and value sends not just a message about your past, but a message about your values today. These are hard issues, obviously, and navigating between the past and present is always difficult, but it's nonetheless important because it creates and sends signals about what kind of place you are, what kind of place you want to be, and who's welcomed and who's valued. Last, it's really important, and this can be hard work, to create an environment of trust, in part by creating opportunities for honest conversations. And I think that begins in many respects by being honest about your own institution. So here at UVA, my predecessor, President Terry Sullivan, started a commission on the university in the age of slavery, which looked at the university's intertwined relationship with enslaved laborers. We now have a commission on the university in the age of segregation. And I think it's really important that universities, again, model what it means to be honest about their past and honest about the present. As for the present, I think it means supporting student groups that try to foster conversations across lines of difference. I think it means holding university-wide events to model the kind of conversations that you'd like to see. One of the things that we've been doing at UVA, and I'll stop here, is hosting what we've called Double Take, which is basically a storytelling event based on The Moth. I don't know if any of you have heard of this, but it's one of my favorite shows on NPR. But it allows members of the community to tell their story, often around a theme like building bridges. And they've been powerful events because you learn something about someone that you didn't know, but you also learn that you may have something in common with someone you didn't know. It's a moment of vulnerability and also a moment of connection that helps build a sense of community. Because at the end of the day, that's really the most important goal, is building a sense of community where everyone feels welcome and everyone feels like they have an equal chance to thrive. It's not easy work. It's not work that can be done by lawyers. It's work that needs to be done by those of us who are fortunate enough to be inside universities. So with that, I'll stop. Thanks.
Well, President Ryan, thank you. That was extremely helpful to hear some very practical ways that universities can fulfill the promise of diversity. And I want to stick with you for a moment. We are opening this up now to Q&A, so please put your questions in the chat box. But I know that President Ryan has a very hard stop in 10 minutes when we were scheduled to end. But because we started late, we're going to try to keep you all a little bit longer if you're willing. But President Ryan, perhaps you can talk to us about what you see the future challenges being when we think about the battleground that curriculum is in K through 12 education now, when we see states across the country attempting to rewrite history for younger students who will eventually be coming to your university and other universities across the country with perhaps a very warped sense of their place in the world and of the history of this country. How do you prepare to undo that type of potential brainwashing or whitewashing of history and perspective?
Well, I think a couple of ways. I mean, one is I think it's important for colleges and universities to be engaged with what's happening in K-12. Whether you like UVA have an education school or not, but especially if you have an education school, I think there's expertise to offer. And I also think that there's an opportunity to voice the pretty simple idea that we should teach history straight up and not try to gloss over the difficult parts of it. I think that's critical. But I also think the second part is ensuring that students, when they come to campus, have an opportunity to learn the history that they may have missed. And this again is easier said than done. I mean, it's surprising to me the gaps in education around the history of this country. I saw this all the time when I was a law professor, and I saw it when I was the dean of the Harvard Education School. I would have thought, especially those who were in a graduate school of education, would have heard of redlining before they arrived at a graduate school of education. And so many of them hadn't. And I had conversations where they would say, I had no idea that this existed. And this explains so much about our current educational system, where kids go to school, who goes to school with whom. That's just one small example, but it's never too late, obviously, to introduce students to a truthful version of history, but it's far better if it happens earlier than graduate school.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I don't know if any of the other panelists want to weigh in on that idea of whether there are just some baseline courses or a set of understandings and principles that all university students should have. Yes, Chancellor Gray Little, are you answering? No.
I was just going to add that I think there's an authenticity point that President Ryan is making that is really important, which is that if we really care about equity, and that's really something that an institution stands for, that has to be something that's part of the whole fabric of the educational process. And I know some institutions, when I was at University of Florida, there was a course that all freshmen or all incoming students had to take that was about how to live the good life. And it included multidisciplinary perspectives across a number of colleges and focused on issues of race and gender and other kinds of issues, among many other things. I know that some institutions, some public institutions have flag courses that students take that address diversity and racial issues in society and do some of the things that President Ryan was identifying. So it is a question of actually showing in the actions that are taken that there's a real authentic commitment, and that's part of what the role of the institution is. And that, by the way, also not only accomplishes a lot from a policy perspective, but it also shores up some of your legal positions as well, to show that your interest in diversity and equity are authentic.
I will add to the comment that I agree that creating an inclusive environment and focus on diversity are important. One of the things that is troubling, and I don't have a solution to this, is that it's important that diversity and inclusion is not seen as being about minorities. That the burden is not on minorities, and that when we talk about inclusion, you're not just talking about me, but you're talking about and I don't think we've quite gotten to that point, and I'm not sure how we get there. But until we do, then the diversity, the inclusion, and so on has an additional burden for students of color, or whatever the group, the minority group is on the campus. And I think that it would be important to try to find ways to eliminate the element of focusing on a group, about why we're doing this and who's the source of the need for this.
Well, I would just add, along with everyone else, the necessity of having courses on the history of race for all students. It really should be, in light of where we are right now, a required course for all students, not only at the PWIs, the predominantly white institutions, but also at the HBCUs, because there is an underappreciation and a lack of knowledge about this rich history, which has meant so much to the development of this country.
Yeah, thank you so much for those excellent points. It's true that all students really need to have that grounding in history. And to your point, Chancellor Gray-Little, I agree. What your comments really made me think about Brown versus Board of Education and the way in which it has been so narrowly cast as an effort to eliminate the stigma for Black children and to force integration, as opposed to it being an enterprise for all Americans, for all citizens. And we ignore that element of the decision. We ignore that element of that case, that this is really a much broader public benefit as opposed to simply an attempt to level the playing field in favor of Black students. It really has to be cast as something that is a public good for all. And I very much appreciated your point, Ms. Keith, about the need to be consistent in how universities actually walk the talk of diversity in their programming, because it can strengthen a legal defense to race-conscious admissions policy. So that's a very, very important takeaway. Thank you for that. I want to shift gears if I can. Some of you may have seen an article in the Times yesterday about a very interesting initiative that enables high school students across the country to take courses at leading universities, including Howard University, HBCU, and some Ivy League institutions and others, to prove that they are fully capable of the rigorous coursework at the university level, even if they come from what are deemed disadvantaged backgrounds. I'm wondering what your reaction to those types of programs is as a way to respond to the lack of diversity and opportunity in higher education. And again, I think you have 60 seconds left, President Ryan, so I'll let you start, and then I'll thank you in advance for your participation on this panel.
Well, I thank you. I'm sorry that I have to duck out. I was fascinated by that. I mean, what it points to is the fact that when we're selecting students for admission, we have to think hard about the factors that we're looking at that signal whether students are likely to be successful or not. And we talked a little bit about the fact that a lot of schools are going test optional during the pandemic, and UVA has done that, and some may continue. We're going to wait and see, looking at what happens over the next couple of years. But it's a fascinating point that, you know, the way that we go about selecting students, it inevitably overlooks some students that could succeed. And to me, it's a challenge for selective schools to think hard about what factors are they considering when deciding which students to select. So with that, I will leave it to my esteemed panelists to answer and resolve all remaining questions and problems. Thank you again for allowing me to participate.
Thank you. Other responders to that question?
Well, let me just add, I think, you know, the notion that numbers don't define capacity and ability has been certainly confirmed by what these programs. That we have a performance-based admission program at our law school, where students who don't measure up on the numbers, either the LSAT, the standardized test, or the GPA, have an opportunity to establish over a 2-week period their ability to handle the rigors of a law school education. And we have operated that program for a couple of decades now. And out of that, we have found that many of the students who began their law school education in that program ended up being at the top of the class when they graduated. So this is just further confirmation of that effort on our part, and so we certainly value the efforts that's going on now at other schools to include or expand their notion of what a qualified student should be or is.
That's great. Those types of programs are incredibly important and really debunk the reliance on numbers and give students a real opportunity to actually show and prove what they can do. Why don't I go to some questions that have come in through the chat? And this is a question for all the panelists. How much indication do you have, based on your professional conversations, that most colleges and universities are determined to continue supporting diversity in admissions, even if the Supreme Court were to ban race-conscious admissions practices? Or is there a wariness in many colleges that would lead to an end to outreach if the court overruled Bakke? So essentially, are universities looking for a way out of what has been this exercise of affirmative action if the court should give them one?
No, very intriguing question. I believe that many universities, I might even say most, certainly most that I'm familiar with, have a sincere interest in diversity for the sake of diversity and for the sake of equality. We've talked about some of the restrictions based on using the equality focus, but I think the interest is sincere. How rigorous universities would be in pursuing diversity for whatever reasons, if the Supreme Court were to ban the use of race-conscious admissions, I cannot say, but I think that many of them would try. I don't know exactly how they would do it, but many of them would try. And some of the universities that I referred to before, which have bans on using race-conscious admissions decisions, have in fact tried to find other ways to ensure diversity in their universities. And while there's a limitation, some of them have in fact started to come back in terms of the numbers of students admitted. So I believe that universities would, in general, find ways to address this. There may be some that would say, yes, I'm glad I don't have to do this anymore, but I think the interest is sincere.
Thank you. Thank you for that note of optimism.
I think so as well. I actually do. I think that one of the things that we always fight is sort of fear to do what you can do. So part of what we need to do in supporting institutions is make clear what they can do. And part of that has to do with some of this sort of self-evaluation of where there are barriers that can be removed. Some of it is the hard work of really doing data analysis to see what kinds of so-called neutral strategies would be helpful. Some of it is the work of trying to evolve the law so it becomes more favorable. All of those things are efforts that I think we should be doing now. We shouldn't be waiting for the other shoe to drop. At the same time as we continue the efforts that we are able to do under existing law. That's my. I think that a real commitment requires all of those things, and I think institutions would like to do those things if we can support them to do so.
And to me, this echoes your earlier comments that in moving forward, we don't need to be provocative, but we don't need to be intimidated. We shouldn't allow ourselves to be intimidated by the law.
Right. And yeah, I think the way one thing I always say about the law, this is probably from my MIT experience, is that the law is to in diversity efforts very much what gravity is to aircraft design. It's not why you're doing it, but you better understand it in order to get the plane off the ground. And it's the same thing. So we should be driven by the mission of the institution. We should be driven by the policy we're trying to accomplish. We should figure out all the ways of accomplishing that well. And we just need to know about the law and the parameters of law so that we can do something that's sustainable and will allow us to be successful in the end.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have time for a couple of questions, and I want to build on this conversation a little bit more and ask. I mean, this harkens back to a comment that Chancellor Gray Little made earlier about I guess the honesty about diversity. And is there a way for universities to really embrace this understanding of diversity as not just a racial minority problem, but something that is, again, going back to the idea of it being a public good, and really correcting the flaw in our interpretation of Brown? What work can we do to expand that conception that would, hopefully make a university interested in pursuing diversity for its own sake, even if it doesn't have the a mandate or from the court? And I think you said, Chancellor Gray Little, that you don't have the answer to this, so I don't know that.
Well, first, I think for the university leaders, whoever are going to be the spokespersons for this, that has to be a sincere belief, a sincere commitment. I think about the number of instances in which I have seen people who were appointed as head of diversity and inclusion, so on university campuses. They're almost always people of color. They often are assigned programs that focus them on working with minority populations. And so there's a way in which that whole area of discussion gets focused on minority students, populations, and so on. Somewhere along there, that pattern certainly needs to be broken. Not everyone does it, but that's just one example of the way that this is set up so that one is led to believe that diversity inclusion is about minorities only, minority students only. Okay.
That's a really excellent point, that there are structures that we could change that would be signals about how we conceive of diversity in a very different way. We are running out of time, and I want to end with a question that I think is critical, and I want to thank whoever put this in the chat, because it really centers and grounds the whole purpose of this conversation. And the question is this: how do we give students more agency in this process? We're often the objects of these conversations. We're talked about in diversity discussions, but we're rarely subjects in these processes. We don't get to take part in what decisions universities make. What role can students play beyond listening sessions? And this will give you an opportunity to provide your last remarks and really center the reason that we're all here discussing affirmative action.
I'll say just briefly, it is certainly possible for universities to include students in all their planning about diversity, where the university is going, the whole process of racial recognition, if that's going, there would be no reasons that students wouldn't be or shouldn't be involved in all of those kind of discussions. That would be just off the top of my head in 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Well, off the top of my head, I would just say that students have to demand a place at the table. And if they don't demand a place at the table, then the institution is not going to recognize that. And I'll end with that.
And I'm aware of institutions that actually have worked with student activists to basically elevate everyone's understanding about some of the design parameters, but also to include them actively in the design process as for specific, for admissions programs, for various other kinds of programs that affect the mission of the institution and how diversity is part of that, how equity is part of that. So it becomes sort of a joint problem solving endeavor rather than an adversarial effort, one that sort of invites all those perspectives to come into the process.
I agree. And it also creates buy-in, the buy-in that we're talking about if students are engaged, and students of all backgrounds are engaged in this process. So thank you so much for this very rich discussion. This was incredibly helpful, I think, to advance from theory to practice. And I want to thank, especially in addition to the excellent panelists, Jack Boger and Ted Shaw, for including me in this discussion and for continuing to bring all of us together to talk about this incredibly important issue and not to take our foot off the gas of ensuring that we continue to demand equity and inclusion and opportunity in higher education. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the insights that you all shared into how colleges and universities on the ground cope with the challenge of increasing diversity. Thank you to Ms. Nelson. Thank you, Chancellor Gray-Little. Thank you, Professor Joyner. Thank you, Ms. Jamie Lewis-Keeson, and thank you to President Ryan as well. So now we're going to transition into our next panel, which will begin at 1:15. So we've got about 17 minutes. We'll see you back here at 1:15. Thank you.
Alan,
Yes,
am I where I'm supposed to be?
you are. You are. I
Great,
can see you, and your mic is working well.
great.
Let's see. Professor Powell, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera. Wonderful. We can see you. Professor Tushnet, thank you. We can see you as well. And Professor Torres, we can see you. Professor Robinson, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera as well. Thank you. We can see you. Wonderful. We'll get started here momentarily. All right, we are back now. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We are coming to the close of what has been a star-studded and enriching program. I'd like to welcome now and have the honor and privilege of introducing our moderator, our former Dean of the University of North Carolina School of Law and Professor Emeritus Jack Boger, and our panelists, which include Professor John A. Powell, Professor Kimberly J. Robinson, Professor Gerald Torres, and Professor Mark L. Tushnet. They will now discuss the ways forward in traversing the constitutional terrain. Professor Boger.
Thank you, Alan. We've been thinking for 2 days about one of America's most beguiling ideas, the promise, or at least the prospect, of full legal equality for all the people of the nation. It was a prospect that was declared, as we know, to be self-evident by Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration. Then some 90 years later, it was revived in the words of Abraham Lincoln's famous Gettysburg Address, something that he put into partial practice through the Emancipation Proclamation. And then, as Eric Snapper told us yesterday, in 1865, with the adoption of the 13th Amendment and the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, and then a year later, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, greater steps were taken. And then finally, express constitutional form in the 14th Amendment. In the Section 1, first clause, the clause Akhil Amar talked about yesterday, the Citizenship Clause, and then explicitly in the Equal Protection Clause, which forbade the states to deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. Now, of course, we heard from Erwin Chemerinsky and Eric Foner how the 19th century Supreme Court proceeded to circumscribe the larger possibilities of this promise with a notoriously cynical reading of it. Then, as Jeffrey Stone and Michael Klarman talked and reminded us, the Warren Court in 1954 reclaimed a broader view of the clause, one which again expanded the possible reach of equality, and yet at least Bakke and Alsamudia James and Jerry Spahn quickly reminded us in their panel how the Berger and Rehnquist and Warren courts took a contrary tack, confining and narrowing the potential reach of the clause in matters involving race. Ted Shaw and Elise Bakke yesterday and Dean Mario Barnes today took aim at Justice Powell's infamous or famous opinion in Bakke, particularly contending that it provided a particularly injurious take on the obligations of the Constitution to work equal protection for all. And then the most two recent panels we've heard earlier this morning deliberately focused more closely in on the constitutionality of employing affirmative action and admissions in institutions of higher education. Now, though, our final panel can back up. We've been given the latitude to pull away from all that's come before, to look around what presently is in play, and most particularly to look ahead at the ways forward, what the future might bring. We are free, you panelists are free to talk predictively about what may come, subject on which Erwin Chemerinsky has already given us some sober caution in his opening remarks, as well as prescriptively about what you think ought to come. And there's a wonderful group of panelists assembled to have this discussion with an odd sort of tilt toward the latter end of the alphabet in their names. John Powell from the University of California at Berkeley, and Kimberly Robinson from the University of Virginia, Gerald Torres from Yale, Mark Tushnet from Harvard. Welcome to all of you fellow panelists, and thanks in advance to you all. Let me invite you, Kimberly, to open the conversation today by meditating a little on one of the present and the future subjects about which you've thought deeply and written so forcefully and well, the need for more equitable, higher quality education offered to young people of every racial and ethnic and socioeconomic and related backgrounds. Kimberly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first, I just want to say thank you so much for having me here, and how much I'm honored to be on a panel with these esteemed scholars, people who I've cited and looked up to for a long time. So I'm just really thrilled to be here. So I am going to talk about education, and particularly a federal right to education. And first, I want to just sort of set the playing field for what we're discussing. And so it's important to understand that in the United States, equal protection of the laws does not mean that we have equal education opportunity. Despite the language in Brown that it is a right which should be provided on equal terms, despite the pronouncements of the court, we have had really a very clear history of unequal opportunities along lines of race and a subjugation of the interests of people of color in obtaining a high quality education. And so what we see today is that the legal and policy landscape is really tilted against the success of children of color, of children who come from low-income households, and in many ways also children who are English language learners and children with disabilities. We are making progress on some of these issues, but we still have a very long way to go to really live up to the promise of equal protection of the laws. And so one of the challenges about that issue is that there's a disparity in understanding along lines of race about this gap and the existence of this gap. So I'll just give you one data point. There's a survey recently by Pathways in Education that asked people, do students of color get the same opportunities as their peers? Whites said 81%, yes. Children of color are getting the same opportunities as their peers. African Americans, less than half, 43%. Hispanics actually said 72% yes. And so what you see there is that there's a gap in knowledge about the opportunity gap. It is real, data confirms it, and I'll just give you a few data points about that. So if you look at a report from EdBill that talks about disparities in funding along lines of race, there's a $23 billion gap between white districts, that is districts that are 75% or more white, and non-white districts that are 75% or more children of color, even though they educate approximately the same number of students. So 23 billion. It's really important to just pause there and think about that, and think about what that means in the context of equal protection of the laws. We clearly, at the federal, state, and local levels, have failed to guarantee that the funding and opportunities for children are provided in a way that supports equal education opportunity and a high quality education for all children. If you look at other data about funding, you look at trust data, you find that over $1,300 or more is given, or more is given to white children than children of color. Same thing with poverty. We do not drive funding systems in a way that provides children from low-income households with the additional resources that they need. And more than half of the states, give either less funding to children in impoverished homes or the same funding to those households, despite longstanding research and consensus that children in low-income households need more resources. And we are simply not driving those resources to those children. So how did we get here? One of the things that it's important to understand is that the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Equal Protection Clause is in substantial part the cause of how we got here. So in the case of San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez, which many law students graduate law school and they never hear about the case. They never read it, they haven't heard of it, and they don't study it. And so part of it is that there's a lack of knowledge about this case. So in a 5-4 decision in Rodriguez, the Supreme Court held that the Constitution does not protect a federal right to education, and that disparities in funding that along lines of class, although in the case, there were also disparities along lines of ethnicity, because the students who brought the case and their families were Hispanic Americans. The court said that there was not a fundamental right to education, and the court gave several reasons for that. It said that, one, it did not want to upset the balance of education federalism, and to basically have the federal courthouse be a place to litigate school funding systems. It said, no, we should leave this issue to the state legislatures for them to address it. In addition, the court said, we want to preserve and uphold the interest in local control of schools helps to encourage experimentation and innovation and investment in our local schools. And so the court also noted that they are not experts on school funding. And so they would leave those decisions to the experts, even though they acknowledge explicitly that there was substantial inequality and that should be addressed. They sort of urged the states to address it, but did not require them to. Well, fast forward, more than 4 decades later, and what we see is that there's been robust litigation at the state level. So some states did take up the call to address these issues. It takes entire classes to go through all of those cases. But the bottom line is we have made some progress in driving additional resources to children in poverty and sometimes children of color. However, we still have the funding gaps that I outlined at the beginning, which is along lines of race and class. We underfund children and we disadvantage them from the beginning. And then, of course, when you get to higher education in other places, they are coming in with a disadvantage that schools are then left to address. And so the question is, what do we do about it? How do we think about this issue moving forward? One of the recommendations that I've put forward, along with many others, has been that Rodriguez should be overturned. That we should recognize a federal right to education that guarantees every child, equitable access to an excellent education. And I focus on equitable in part because children have disparate needs. We do not have the same needs in every household. And the decision in Rodriguez is one that, has within it possible grounds to overturn it, including the fact that the plaintiffs in that case did not bring an adequacy claim, did not bring a claim that children are not provided the education they need to exercise their First Amendment rights. And so what we see now in the courts is that litigators who are quite determined have returned to federal court and are beginning to litigate claims about a federal right to education. And so I believe that we will, speaking predictably, we will eventually see a case that seeks to recognize a federal right to education at the Supreme Court. I do not think that the current court would be willing to recognize such a right, but I do think that, shifts in justices, the death of a justice, anything of that nature could not easily, but could tilt us toward a court where I shouldn't say easily about anything on this issue, but could tilt us toward a group of justices that would be willing to recognize the right to a federal right to education for every child. And so I can talk about those cases later in Q&A if we want to, but so I would say that is certainly one of the things that we need to think about, sort of prioritizing in our agenda for reform, and that is foundational to ensuring that children are equipped to be engaged citizens, to be self-supporting and productive workers, and also that it enables them to engage in the life of our nation. So with that, I will stop.
Well, thank you. You have given us a troubling look at evidence of continuing vast racial socioeconomic differences in K-12 education and suggested that needs to be addressed and has not been. I want to come back to that and talk about it at some length. But first, let's hear some opening remarks for other panelists. Mark Tushnet, we've reflected a lot in the last 2 days over efforts to establish or enlarge, or at least maintain equality using litigation. Should we be looking somewhere else than to the courts, federal or state?
Well, the short answer is yes, I think we should. I want to focus in my remarks on Congress in particular, and secondarily, for more complex reasons, state legislatures as the venues for promoting what I'll describe as a general equality agenda that includes, but is not limited to, issues of race. And I want to note that my view is that Congress in particular has been, if not not stellar in its promotion of an equality agenda. Probably overall a greater contributor to the promotion of equality across the board than the courts have been. Just want to note that in this, thinking about this, I regard statutes like the National Labor Relations Act as equality promoting, and the Employment Act of 1946 as equality promoting, with a footnote here that it was initially proposed as the Full Employment Act of 1945, an issue that has now returned to the national political agenda. There are, of course, the various numerous civil rights acts that Congress has enacted, both in the voting rights area and in public accommodations and education, and notably, I think, in the Americans with Disabilities Act. I say notably because the Americans with Disabilities Act is clearly equality promoting and was something that the court was not about to do anything. Indeed, when confronted with the argument that persons with disabilities should be regarded as, in the doctrinal terms, a classification, the discrimination against which should be regarded as suspect, the court explicitly said no, it was not. So there's a substantial history of Congress, and again, I want to say secondarily, state legislatures promoting equality. Indeed, I think it's an interesting question whether net I'll call it now generally, the legislative contribution to the promotion of equality, including failures to promote and promotion of inequality, whether the net contribution of legislatures is positive, and then compare that to the net contribution of the courts. And my own view on this is that neither one comes out terrifically well, but I think there's a case to be made that overall, when you look at, let's say, a period since 1900, legislatures have enhanced equality and courts have, put it in the weakest form, not done so. To some extent have interfered with legislative efforts to enhance equality. And I want to turn to that next, that is the issue of the court's contributions. Because in this perspective, what I want to focus on is not the courts as promoters of equality, but courts as inhibitors of legislative efforts to promote equality. And we're all familiar with the relevant decisions here. They are recent in some sense, that is past 2 or 3 generations, but they are all, well, their foundations have not been eroded, let me put it that way. So City of Bernie limits the ability of Congress to enforce its vision of what the 14th Amendment promotes. And my guess is that a City of Bernie-like limitation would be imposed on congressional legislation promoting its vision of what the 15th Amendment seeks to promote. Shelby County, which invokes a non-textual limitation on congressional power, the equal sovereignty of the states, which I want to flag because the existence of, or the ability of the court to devise a non-textual limit means that when Congress is legislating, in some ways, it can't know what the court's going to say about what it's done. If they can make up a limitation in Shelby County, you can write your statute to do everything responsive to what the court said and still find yourself confronted with some other limitation. Let's see. In the area of affirmative action, they've told us that with respect to higher education, and I think with respect to everything else, there's a sell-by date of 2028. I wouldn't be surprised if the current court said, 2028, 2025, not a big deal, time to stop. And then finally, I want to note a sort of general phenomenon, which is in many of these areas, as Professor Robinson mentions explicitly, with respect to San Antonio and Rodriguez, federalism sort of in the large operates as a, not quite legal constraint on what legislatures can do, but as part of the background culture against which what legislatures do is assessed. So as she was talking, I made a note here about her observation that litigation to establish a federal constitutional right to equitable education was reviving. My note was, well, imagine a congressional statute creating a legislated federal right to an equitable education, not tied to federal funding, a general right. I say not tied to federal funding because now, once again, we have the, I want to say, made up notion of coercive funding decisions coming out of the Obamacare case. And so I think in many areas, the court operates, as I said before, as a limit on the promotion of the equality agenda. Just before I conclude, I want to note that members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress, have now on the table 3 legislative proposals, HR 1, S1, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Restoration Act, all of which are clearly promotions of legislative efforts to promote equality, and I'm sure many portions of which would run into constitutional headwinds in the Supreme Court. Okay, so now just to wrap up, looking forward, what can we think about in this connection? Well, of course, we can always hope that if Congress does act, that in interesting and sometimes constitutionally unproblematic ways, the court will take that as a signal of disaffection with the doctrines that the courts have developed and pull back from them. So just to take an example, apply the congruence and proportionality test of Bernie with a much lighter hand than it might otherwise be applied with. For a variety of reasons associated in my mind with the way the composition of the court has been shaped by a sustained, just call it political campaign, I think that kind of retreat is unlikely. But the signaling idea is, I think, an important one. My view is, and Professor Robinson mentioned this almost under her breath, but I heard it, we have to keep the possibility of court reform on the table. Exactly what that form of reform would take is a matter for politicians, not for me as a legal scholar. We have to keep it on the table, both as a signal to the court of what I've called disaffection with the prospect of intervening against the equality agenda, but also as something that might be triggered in the event that the court, as I would put it, continues to pursue its campaign against legislative promotion of forms of equality that I think are important and essential for the future moral status of the United States. Thank you.
That's very, very rich. I want to get back and discuss that at some length. But first, Gerald Torres, we've got a suggestion. We need K-12 education reform, maybe coming someday from the court. We have a suggestion from Mark that we need a Congress that's protected against court intrusions or limitations. Any other sources of help for the equality agenda?
Well, I hesitate to suggest the executive, given our most recent experience with executive power. Nonetheless, I don't think it can be forgotten. One of the things I'll illustrate that in particular is that's because I suppose most familiar with it is the commitment to achieving equality and justice in environmental enforcement, and I'll talk about what that entails. But I did want to I'll start my comments in some ways by reflecting on what Professor Robinson, Professor Tushnet just said. Whether I actually make predictions, of course, is well, as Yogi Berra said, making predictions is always difficult, especially about the future. So I may stay my hand on that. Although, we are in a time that's complex, because there is, as Professor Tushnet noted, from the courts and from some political quarters, of retrenchment, but there's also a tremendous amount of ferment that is rooted in the desire for the promises of equality that are now several generations old. The promises from rooted in those promises and the desire to make them real. I think probably because we're in law schools, we tend to be court-centric, and so our enthusiasm or despair is often coupled with watching what courts do. But as Kimberly and Mark indicated, those aren't the only places to watch. Mark suggested a couple of things, and the legislature, and I think that we shouldn't underestimate the commitment to greater equality that many of our legislative leaders have. And there's another point, Mark mentioned it just in passing, but I want to underline it because I actually think it's important. And that is that we shouldn't be disheartened about legislative failures. So that even if we fail to accomplish some of the the robust changes in the direction of equality that some of our legislative leaders might want, it doesn't mean that the issue is forever foreclosed. Thomas Stoddard had I think an important article. I'm not sure how many people read it, but I think it's really important. And it's called Bleeding Hearts. And what it was about, it was about the process of reform, anti-discrimination reform that was run by and organized by the LGBTQ community. And what he does in his essays, he details 15 years of local legislative failure, of promoting propositions, promoting amendments, promoting ordinances, and never succeeding. And finally, he got so frustrated, he said, I've got to take a break from this. And so he searched the world for the area that had the most gay-friendly laws on the books. And he went. And he said he went and anticipated it would be some kind of respite, if not an actual paradise. He said, and he got there and he realized he was like 1950 in New York City. He went to New Zealand. And that's when he said, the prospect for gay equality in New York is actually much higher, despite all the failures, because the conversation, the political struggle actually prepares the ground for the change. And so even where we have legislative failures, having the public discussion about equality, and here we're talking primarily about racial equality, but having the public discussion about equality, in fact, changes the baseline or can change the baseline. And what Professor Stoddard said is that you don't get real change unless you couple cultural change and legal change, or rule change and cultural change. And that's what the defeats help do. So that we shouldn't look at things that feel like failures. And I'm not going to suggest they don't feel like failures when we don't succeed. But it's not a final failure, and it can actually be a slight move forward. So that the efforts to reform the Voting Rights Act, as Professor Tushnet mentioned, is absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. Having the fight about just representation, having the fight about making the polls available to all voters is a fight worth having, even if we don't succeed in getting the legislation passed. It's a fight worth having because talking about what the way a democracy is supposed to function at the federal level, but especially at the state level, and I agree with Mark on that, especially at the state level, is absolutely critical. I want to underline a point that Kimberly made, because it's really critical, both about democracy and about education, and understanding the nature of public choices that people make. So when Proposition 209 was passed in California, that was the proposition that banned affirmative action in California. People were reacting both because of the narrative about race, but also because of the perceived lack of opportunity for their children to get higher education. When Lonnie and I were doing research about this, my good friend Lonnie Guinier and I were doing research about this years ago, what we discovered was the year running up to to Proposition 209 being on the ballot was the year that California spent more money on all lockups, county through prisons, than on all education K through 16. Wow. So California had made a public choice about where it was going to spend its money. It made a choice about what kind of institutions would be available to its youth, and it chose prisons. It chose jails. It could have chosen schools. So that, in fact, people were feeling a constraint in educational opportunity, but they were blaming the wrong people for that constraint. It wasn't because Black and brown kids were going to college. It's because the state had stopped investing in public education. We need to make that visible, and we need to talk about it critically. One other example, then I'll talk about the executive. I forgot how much time I have. I'm probably already exceeded it.
A couple more minutes.
A couple more minutes. Okay, so the Texas, right? You talked about Rodriguez. Well, Texas has a state obligation to equalize education. Maldef there is arguing that equal means equal, right? So, and they've been fighting this down the road. But what it did do is it created the opportunity for us to pass the 10% plan, which essentially opened up higher education for all graduates of public high schools in the top 10% of the class, meaning that Texas could enroll more Black and brown students, University of Texas, more Black and brown students than they did under affirmative action. And this is critical, the students at the University of Texas who have succeeded, measured by GPA and graduation, are Black girls who have been enrolled under the 10% plan. What it told the admissions officers is they thought they knew how to construct a class. There was so much about the students who could make use of a university education that they didn't know, and they'd better learn. So that's critical. So let me talk about affirmative action and executive action in about 2 minutes. One of the most gratifying things for me is to hear the word environmental justice come out of the mouth of a president of the United States. With his executive order, what President Biden has done is he's instructed the Attorney General to put an emphasis on environmental justice in the Environment and Natural Resources Division. What that can mean, of course, is taking affirmative litigation under Title VI, using the tools available to the executive to actually get more equality, and in fact, using the Environment Division to help teach the other divisions about how to get equality and how to use the laws of the United States. The president has instructed the Department of Justice to make this a priority. How they do it, of course, is going to be up to them. We have a different president, right? But the executive can also instruct his agencies. And the power of the executive to actually chart the direction should not be underestimated. One thing we've noticed, or one thing I think we should have noticed, is that good leadership is actually almost invisible. Bad leadership, you can't get away from. And so even if you don't see major initiatives, but you have an executive that's committed to these values, I think we're going to need to dig deep to see where those changes are made. But you don't miss leadership until you don't have it. I think we have it, and I think we have it in a commitment to greater equality. I think the statutes that are proposed that Mark mentioned are important, whether they succeed or not. I think they have to succeed, but even if they don't, the education is important. And I'd be happy to talk about any of these issues in greater depth. The question and answer, please.
I hope we talk about all of them. Indeed, John Powell, thank you. John, to oversimplify what we've heard from these first three opening remarks, there's a prospect for litigation. There's some prospects in Congress. There could be some prospects in the executive branch. But as Gerald was really lamenting, and I know you've written a lot about, there's seemingly unbridgeable gaps in the culture, in the politics, in Congress, in the courts. And it almost looks as if none of those things can be overcome without a reforming of our public culture and values. What are your thoughts on whether that's necessary, and if so, how, and does it precede or go along with the initiatives that you've heard talked about? You've got to unmute, John.
So you should have heard me. I was really eloquent. So
I bet that was the highlight.
No, I just want to thank you and the law school, but also it's great to be with this esteemed set of legal scholars and activists. I think it's iterative. You know, things actually don't move sequentially. They move back and forth. And Gerald talked about the cultural piece of this work. I think Kimberly talked about the court. I mean, sometimes we talk about the law as if it's a thing independent of who's actually promoting it, interpreting it. That's huge. Rodriguez, we lost 5-4. Parents involved. I mean, one justice, and we'd be in a very, very different conversation. And it's been basically the strategy and the capacity of the right wing to actually use the court to do what Mark is talking about in terms of constraining equality. I mean, starting with the slaughterhouse case. I mean, even the Civil War amendments weren't even dry, and the courts radically constraining the concept of equality, and basically saying it's possible that the Congress wanted to go this far. We couldn't mean that. That would be a radical change in the country. Right after we've had, at the time, the worst war in the history of humankind, and that the court's going back to some kind of a narrow sense of federalism. So I think it has to happen on multiple levels. And I think the law is not just a coercive thing, it's actually part of the culture. It's the way we talk. So everyone talks about the First Amendment, no one's read it. Free speech, but it's like, Second Amendment, probably even worse, right? I wanted to start by doing a couple of things. So Jack, when we talked, you said, you want me to sort of, in a sense, help with some conceptual and philosophical grounding. And I'm going to take you up on that. And then I'm talk about what that means in terms of where we are and where we're going. So it's interesting. Kimberly talked about equity, not equality. She talked more about equity. And why is that? Part of it is that we have this history of this very narrow concept of equality that doesn't really serve us. And so we shifted from talking about equality to talking about equity. And in the school context, some of you know that we actually shifted again to talk about adequacy. And I talk about that in the context of target universalism, which I won't go into because of time. But the shift from equality to equity seems like, and I was involved in that shift in the 90s. And it seems like, progressive things that, some legal scholars and others, school activists, pushed to redefine equality. But actually, when we look at it more carefully, it's actually going back to the original concept of equality as it came to the West. The concept of equality in Western society really comes from Aristotle. And Aristotle understood that there's different kinds of equality. And he said, fairness requires, in terms of equality, that when people are situated the same, you treat them the same under equality. But fairness also requires when people are situated differently, you treat them differently under equality. That's something that Kimberly, Gerald, Mark, you, Jack, we'd all embrace. That's Aristotle. So we end up taking this very narrow concept or supposing that everybody's situated the same so we can treat everybody the same. It's like, well, no, that's not true. Everybody's not situated the same. And we know they're not situated the same because we situated them. We put Black kids into segregated neighborhoods without adequate resources. We know they're not situated the same. It's not hypothetical. But where we are now, and I think about, first of all, we have new leadership. President Joe Biden is the first president that talked about white supremacy in an inaugural address. He may have been the first president to talk about it, period, in public, but certainly in an inaugural address. So what we're dealing with is something more insidious than the right definition of the 14th Amendment. What we're dealing with is a structural hierarchy along racial and other lines. Isabel Wilkinson basically says we're dealing with a caste system, as does Michelle Alexander. But we're dealing with something that takes us beyond the sort of technical understanding. And I think it's important for us, law students and the legal profession, to understand that. And I think Trump, frankly, understood that. And the reason that President Biden can talk about white supremacy is because Trump practiced white supremacy in blatant terms. So one of the issues, Jack, we talked about in preparing for this panel, there was a school district that came to us and they said, we are being sued because we're teaching students about white supremacy and how to oppose it. And the plaintiffs are saying, we're teaching people to hate white people and to hate America. And as you know, under the Trump administration, they had a rule saying you couldn't teach critical race theory was associated with hating white people and hating America. So Gerald, you're responsible for this executive order coming from the Trump administration. And groups all across the country were calling in panic. What are we going to do? They're saying we got to stop teaching implicit bias. We got to stop teaching critical race theory. We got to stop teaching. And this is sort of what the court does. It has this narrow definition of what's permissible and what's not permissible. And what it does in terms of what's permissible leaves us in a box that won't allow us to get to where we need to get to. So Biden comes in, he rescinds that order, and instead says, we're going to address white supremacy. So when the school was, before Biden came in though, when the school reached out to us, the school district reached out to us and said, what do we do? Do we stop teaching about white supremacy? We're afraid, we don't want to be sued. We're not lawyers. And what I suggested to them, that I would look at the material and help them think about it, but that really what they were challenging was the concept of supremacy and domination. And the white part was just one expression of that. But to really assert that in terms of an American education and American core values, what's challenged is domination and supremacy writ large. And I said, you can, if you argue that, and then say, we're going to look at white supremacy because that's a prominent expression of that at this time in history, and maybe prior history as well. But then you're on solid ground. Then you're associating yourself with Lincoln. Then you're associating yourself with the Declaration of Independence. Then you're associating yourself with the Gettysburg Address. Then you're associating yourself with Justice Harlan. Then you're associating yourself with Loving. And so part of what I think is happening is that we have to reframe what's happening, because there's a sense in the country that some groups of conservative whites are deliberately and explicitly holding on to the notion of dominance. If you go back and look at the literature, in 20 years ago, only 5% of white Americans would have said their white identity was important in terms of who they were. And most of them rejected the notion of dominance. Today, that number is close to 40%. And in that expression of importance of white identity, there's also a corollary where people are re-embracing the notion of white dominance. And they frame it like whether it's Christian dominance or Western dominance, but a belief in dominance. And so to me, it's sort of interesting because I live in California, there's no racial majority here. It's also true in Hawaii, and I know Texas is not far behind us. And so as the numbers change, as the possibility change, the issue becomes more salient. And if we go back to Plessy just for a minute, one of the things that Homer Plessy argued was that he was part 7/8 part of the dominant race. And that, and this is Cheryl Harris, his whiteness was being taken away from him without due process. He was losing his the privilege and association of being part of the dominant class. And the majority talked about the dominant class and what would happen if whites were no longer the dominant class. And then Harlan, in his dissent, which is oftentimes misinterpreted because of the colorblind expression, he says whites believe they are the dominant class, and they are in terms of skills, intelligence, and other things. But in the context of law, there is no dominant class. The law does not recognize a dominant class. So what I want to suggest is that Harlan is associating himself with that school district. And the fight going forward is to actually embrace that notion that there's no dominant or superior class, and it's constitutionalized. It's not just an idea. And that the practices we're engaging in should be reformulated. So segregation is an expression of dominance. And the courts acknowledge that. The kind of racial hierarchy, and that we have an affirmative, not just a reactive, an affirmative role to actually promote a kind of society where there is no dominance. Now, it's tricky in the sense that a lot of people who challenge white dominance or white superiority implicitly insert an alternative dominance. So some of the stuff talks about a new racial majority, right? The underlying assumption, and certainly underlying fear, is that if people of color becomes the majority, whites will be dominated. And the Trumpsters can play on that. And I think we have to be clear, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a society where there is no dominance, but we're also learning from Aristotle that groups are situated differently. So it doesn't mean treating everybody the same. So if you think about Powell in his terrible, terrible decision in Bakke, in some ways he prefigured this fight when he says, there is no dominant group. Everybody's a minority.
You're not arguing it's white innocence. He may be have done it, but you're saying we can turn that back around.
Right, exactly. And I'm saying, I think you're going to see even conservatives on the court, and they're not real conservatives, but right wings on the court, really struggling with this issue. And going back to Mark's point, is so as people of color, as progressives actually assert themselves legislatively, the court will have to maybe in a position of either going along with it to help reform or stopping it more and more, and at some point triggering something that actually reformulates the court. So I think part of the way forward is to make it clear that we are, that this impulse of not having a dominant culture, a dominant race, some people will reject that. And they say, clearly whites were a dominant race. Look at all the laws that were passed. Look at the immigration bills. Yes, but that's the struggle that we both, and that's what Lincoln was talking about in the Gettysburg Address, which was controversial. The Chicago major newspaper wrote a scathing review of the Gettysburg Address for two reasons. One, they're saying the Civil War is not about equality. What's Lincoln talking about? What's he been smoking? I mean, it was scathing. And secondly, he skipped over the Constitution and went to the Declaration of Independence as our most sacred founding document because the Constitution had enshrined slavery, even though I didn't mention it, and rejected any notion of equality. So that fight continues to go on. And I think it's a good fight to have. And we can ground it in terms of our history. And again, maybe begin to move beyond dominance, but recognizing that people are not situated.
Let me intervene to do three things. There are three things I want to do. I want to talk at some point about the prospects for education as one of the things we discussed. I want to talk about the role of the legislative branches, but I want to invite the panelists to get back and engage John on the question of whether we are at some kind of historically special critical moment and whether this kind of notion of a different sense of equality is a prospect that's real or something you can do when you're at Berkeley sitting in your room. What's your responses to it? Anybody?
I think the possibility of having a class-inflected discussion is actually great, greater now than it's been in a while. The direct confrontation with white supremacy will also have to occur, and it'll occur at all levels. You know, the polite level, the level we see, you know, some of us have experienced, but a little, you know, and ultimately, I think we will prevail in that struggle, but it will be a struggle.
Other thoughts, Kimberly?
I think we have an opportunity actually here with this, particularly with the younger generations. So we have 3 daughters, and I can tell you the education they are getting about this moment, right? So this reckoning of race and inequality and injustice, they're getting this message at a much younger age. The students I have are much more awake to this moment, and they see that there is a problem, that, you know, a cancer really in society, white supremacy, that we have to reckon with and we have to deal, we have to be dismantle. And what I teach my students and our daughters is that you have to be as relentless in removing, ending, uprooting, eliminating injustice and white supremacy in the same way that segregationists and white supremacists have been relentless, right? So the problem we've run into with the court is it has this very short memory. It fatigues on school desegregation. Oh, okay, we're about done. They tried really hard. We're going to release everybody. You know, you get these very short, you know, the fact that Shelby County went the way it did, same thing, this short memory. But we have a much longer history of injustice and oppression than we're just at the tip of the iceberg of starting to address it. And this, you know, collective forgetting of slavery and Jim Crow and the long reach that it has, I think is something that this current generation, if we seize this moment, can help to address. Because without that understanding of the history, you need that understanding, that correct understanding and accurate understanding to get to a place where we can say that the Constitution does not enshrine a dominant race. But you have to reckon with that history before you can get to the equality promoting conversations. And there's a way now, and even in class with students, they understand the race issue more than a decade ago. And so I think we have to seize this moment to say, we must be relentless about this, or else we will not prevail.
You know, you as Mark?
I was going to say, Jack, you know, in your state,
yeah,
right, you have the historical moment that was called fusion politics.
Yes.
And you have Reverend Barber.
Yeah.
And you have Penda Hare.
Yes.
Down there doing work in North Carolina, trying to revive fusion politics. So movements like Forward Justice in North Carolina are the kinds of things that give me hope.
That they certainly do in that regard. I must say, I was just personalizing what you all were saying in terms of in a sense, you've got the hardest task of any of the panels, because the other panels simply talk about the past and the present. You've got to talk about what might come and how it might come, and that is always harder. I will tell you, just when we thought about this conference, this symposium last year, Ted and Alan and April and I sort of said to ourselves, well, you know, it could be that the administration changes and there's a new administration, and that would make it a more interesting symposium. And it could be that, of course, we'll have court opportunities because there are older people on the court and some of them will be leaving, and we'll be able to replace those. But there's no real prospect that the Senate or House will turn over. Likely the House will stay Democratic. And almost every one of those things has worked out in a way that creates some opportunities and forecloses others. You know, Mark, you were very powerful on the negative role that a court can play in restraining Congress and any other branch, the executive branches as well. And so we are at a place where both your conversations and prospects are available that are different than one might have guessed even 7 or 8 or 9 months ago. But
Jack, let me just add 2 things because and bring it to some practical implications. So I think there is a realignment, and I think part of what I'm suggesting is that we oftentimes on issues of race in particular have a zero-sum approach. One group wins, another group loses. That's how we structure affirmative action. That's how people think about affirmative action, and sometimes we fall into that. And I have a lot to say on that, but I won't right now. So we have a sort of false scarcity and a feeding game. It's like, who's going to win? So white rurals are going to win, or urban blacks are going to win, or Latino. And it's like, we have to actually have something different. And I would love to see a lawsuit, maybe in California, building on what Gerald talked about. It's like the state has imposed false scarcity on the number of students who can go to schools by building prisons instead of schools. And then the students who are more than qualified to go and succeed, as they are in Texas, are left fighting over the few chairs in school. And then it becomes racialized. So why hasn't someone sued the state for imposing this false scarcity on the student body? And to do it in a way that doesn't pit Black students against Latino students, against white students, against gay students. So that's the other piece. It's like the false scarcity actually makes everything harder. And the last thing I'll say on that, so you see Trump, when he was saying about the affirmative furthering fair housing, right? Saying they're coming to get you. They're coming to your neighborhood. You better watch out. Or we also see General Motors and several car companies going back to the environment saying, okay, we're capitalists. Yes, we are, but we don't hate the environment. We need to make money. But if we can figure out how to do that, we'll work with you. So I think there can be a realignment of identities, a realignment of interests, but it does take leadership. And it does take a notion that at the end of the day, we all will belong and no one group will dominate, which is as old as the country itself.
let me ask you, though, to concretize it, and you were talking about that, going back really to Kimberly. Kimberly's proposed a major effort in the area of K-12 education, as I understand it, to, in a way, in a Brown versus Board notion that education is foundational to all other possibilities in society. If we did a plebiscite of the 3 of you, 4 of you right there, and you can't do everything at once, although different people can do different things, do you think that's a good place to spend the next 2 or 3 years with some emphasis, maybe at the state level, but also federal congressional statute that says, by God, let's have equality in K-12 education? Is that a good concrete place to focus attention?
Well, I'll jump in here with the qualification that what I'm about to offer is a political analysis, and I'm not a political scientist. I'm just an ordinary observer of politics. My specialty is not in stuff I'm about to say. So my own view is that, first of all, I agree with John Powell that leadership is essential. I think that for a complex of reasons, dealing with the, call it, demographic transformation of the United States, an important component, and for me, the most important component of an overall equality agenda is economic opportunity. And so I think a focus on jobs and infrastructure and Green New Deal kinds of jobs is, for me, would have priority over I want to say, large targeted investments in education alone. Now, the reason for that focus is political. It is, on my own view, again, speaking as an ordinary citizen, not from any specialty, that the primary difficulty facing the accomplishment of the racial equality agenda is the successful effort by, again, political observation, by Republican Party leaders to displace economic anxieties among people who have been left behind by the essentially white working class people who have been left behind, to displace those economic anxieties into racial anxieties. And if that analysis is right, then the way to combat the racial anxiety is to reduce the economic anxiety. So that's my story. I think it's right, but could be wrong.
Responses?
So I think,
go ahead, Kimberly. I'll wait.
It is really important that we address the need to expand employment opportunities in many ways, particularly for those within the working class. I guess my concern, if it was going to be a focus, although I'll just challenge the question a bit, Jack, which is that I think that short-term focus that you said, 2 to 3 years, of course, would be quite short for being successful in any of these efforts. To build upon what Mark said, my concern with the shift to jobs and employment is that you would solidify the disparities in educational opportunity. So who would be qualified for which jobs would merely mirror the inequality that we have tolerated, or not just tolerated, but invited, encouraged, continued for generations. And so I do think we need to expand employment opportunities, and I think you could do that at the same time as education. But I think if you don't give some priority to education, you'll merely reinforce the inequalities that we already see. However, in terms of priorities, I did want to clarify, actually, I completely agree with Mark that Congress would be the one to act, should be the one to act on education. It's preferable. I knew that he would speak about Congress. I focused a bit on the court because often that's where we start. But actually in my book, A Federal Right to Education, in addition to the introduction and conclusion, I write the chapter about Congress recognizing such a right. And so he and I are actually in agreement that it is preferable for Congress to recognize the right. The court is not the preferred branch to do this. So I just wanted to also note that point.
Why don't you, for the benefit of the audience and the other panelists, do a little bit of a sketch about what you'd see happening there in Congress toward creating a federal right? It was a very interesting proposal you had in your book.
Sure, yeah, I can sketch that out. So the proposal is that Congress would, in recognizing a federal right to education, would first, I think one of the difficulties with recognizing a federal right to education is that there's disagreement about the content of the right. So for decades, there's been a suggestion that Rodriguez should be overturned or that we should have a federal right to education, but there's not agreement about the content of that right. And so what I propose in the book is to have kind of a series of legislative actions that would begin to test models for a right to education. In other words, we don't have the perfect language at this point. And so part of what I suggest in the book is to examine some possibilities for definition for a right to education that then would be ultimately enacted. So sort of having the kind of experimental programs we've had in education for quite some time at a small scale, not, one of the reasons No Child Left Behind was criticized so much is that we made this national change all at once instead of having more a smaller sort of experimental program. So part of what I say is, I think we need some experimentation around what the federal definition should be before we say that it should be imposed for everyone, because what you don't want are some unintended negative externalities for opening up that issue. And then I also propose in that chapter much more of a collaborative enforcement model than a litigation-based model. So again, I don't want to hand a right that's created by Congress over to the courts. What I would want is for there to be a collaborative model in which the federal government, in making demands about education, also partners with states to support them through not just financial assistance, but technical assistance and other assistance to achieve the ends of protecting this federal right to education. So that is what I detail in the book. I'll actually put the book in the chat, and as well as a discount code for the book, because it came out not that long ago. Slight minor plug of my work. But I do think that it is a preferable path forward to the court. And I think there are real drawbacks to handing over a federal right to education to the court. However, as between the court and no federal right to education, I think that the court would be preferable to not having a right at all.
If I could link Mark's idea with Kimberly's idea, right? One of the jobs programs would be building schools, right? When the Godinez case was litigated in LA, the number of kids without a desk in the Los Angeles Unified School District would have been the 5th largest school district in the United States.
Wow.
Okay, that's just the kids without a place to sit down. Right? Until they have a place where they can learn, the right can't be, I'm not going to say it's empty, but it can't be as full as it should be. So, the building trades is one place we ought to look. I think what Mark suggested is focusing on some of the economic impediments that our country faces and that working people face is actually really critical.
Let me
Please, John.
add sort of a note of caution. I mean, I feel like the issue of race and class is as old as race and class in the United States, and I think it's a mistake, frankly, to simply, in a categorical way, assume one can precede the other. What race and Paul Krugman basically said, you can't understand the economy in the United States without understanding race. And I feel like that's the mistake that we make. We think they're separate. They're not. They're incredibly interactive. And so I would caution against, and yes, the Republicans have used, although before 1960 was the Democrats. And one question that Derek Bell asked is, why does it work so well? We've been saying, yes, they're sort of using this to deflect us from, but why does it work so well? So I think we have to, from my perspective, not treat race just as a rule that's sort of used. It does have some meaning to it. Robert Sapolsky in his book, Behave, he talks about, if looking at wars, he said most wars were started over what he called sacred symbols. So I think, again, I'm not saying economy is unimportant, but I would avoid stepping into that pitfall of either or. Ian Haney Lopez, a colleague, has written a book called Merge Left, trying to show how you sort of think about race and class together. But I think that's the way forward, not one or the other.
One of the issues, though, that John raised, I think everyone raised in one way, is the issue of white supremacy and how you start to dismantle it. Right, when you think back to the woman who called the cops on the bird watcher in Central Park, right, and in some ways people treated that like a crude but not as important an event as it was. The critical part of that story, it seems to me, and it's one of the ways that white supremacy is operationalized, is the woman who called the cops knew what she had to do to start the entire machinery that would discipline the fellow that she was angry at, right? That to me is the story that should have come out of that encounter. That the dialing 3 numbers on your phone would start the social machinery that would result in the racial oppression of this fellow, right? It's pure and simple, right? And even though she may not have been a racist or thought of herself as a racist, she knew how social institutions would do the work for her. And what we have to start to do is to disable that capacity.
And you're going to follow up with a suggestion on how.
I defer to Yogi Berra.
Yeah. My thought, Mark, about what you said is I see the power of the focus on improving everybody's economic circumstances through jobs and infrastructure. My uneasiness is we've tried some efforts like that in the past and haven't taken race into account and found that we have structured further sort of racial disparities into whatever it was, whether it was urban renewal or other kinds of, kind of investments that further marginalize some people based on their race. And so in a way, I'm arguing against the question I ask, which is which do you make the preference for? And John, I'm echoing what you said. You can't not make it about both things, or at least race, whenever you're doing whatever else you're proposing to do as a first priority.
So I agree with that and with John's observation. Again, my view is that over the past 20 or 30 years, the Democratic Party leadership has in fact not focused on the two things at once. And what's encouraging about the current moment is precisely the kinds of things that were referred to when, I now forget whether it was Gerald or John, mentioned Biden's inaugural address, where I'm confident that it's the first time that a president has, in a prominent place at least, uttered the words. And these executive orders are an indication of the attention that, because of political considerations, I don't want to say this is, it is partly the goodness of his heart, but it's also because of the political moment. It's important for Democrats now to visibly commit to both agendas simultaneously in a way that I don't think it had been since, I'll say since Bill Clinton. The era of big government is over. I mean, that was a signal about who the Democratic Party leadership was responsive to, and it wasn't the African-American community. Biden is, again, it's a political observation, but he's different. And, despite the narrowness of the margins and the uncertainty of the political moment, I find it I am strikingly encouraged by the dual focus that the current administration appears to have. Whether they can sustain that under, over time as politics plays out, who knows? But they're, in my view, doing better at the starting gate than I would have expected.
So you're a surprised optimist in some respect.
Yes, I am.
Others on that span of where we are now, are we at a time of, reframe the question, of great prospects or great precarity, or maybe both at the same time? Very narrow margins in the Congress, a court that could do a lot of negative restriction and restraining, and it could overturn higher education, affirmative action. It could reject any voting rights advance under the John Lewis Act or whatever. It could start getting serious about the non-delegation doctrine and restrain executive action. Where are you? Gerald, do you want to make a...
Well, about, I hate to say this because it just marks out how old I am, right? But in the 90s, right, I remarked to someone about some district court opinions that were reviving the non-delegation doctrine. And I said, we've got to pay attention to this, guys. And they said, oh, some district court will always say something stupid. Something is what basically dismissed me. Well, we should have paid attention. Should have paid attention. The struggle, and I think, like Mark, I'm talking as a non-expert, as just an ordinary observer about politics, but it's going to play out on a variety of fronts. Some of it will appear to be, technical. And so we've got to be, ready for kind of the technical changes, as well as the more kind of in-your-face changes. I think Mark, my other panelists, I'm not going to single anyone out because I think they're all in agreement, and probably Jack, you are too, right? I think the moment we're in requires us to make the kind of broad-gauged policy proposals that encompass all of the people who responded to get 2 Democratic senators from Georgia and Joe Biden elected president. And people have got to work assiduously, carefully, and honestly every single day on that, because the margins are thin, but we are in a moment where actual progress can be made. And I think Mark's right on that. I think John's right on that. And Kimberly, if we can get a right to education, we can start to talk frankly about what that means, piece by piece, right? And it doesn't have to happen all at once, but it has the trajectory, right, has to start moving in that direction. And I guess that's what I would say. And that's why I think Mark's emphasis on the local and the state remains important. I mean, that story I started with about bleeding hearts and changes on discrimination against LGBT groups in New York. That's a local story. Now it's New York City, but it's a local story, right? And so, work at the local level actually matters and will continue to matter.
We're talking to an audience that's got a lot of younger people in it. And one of the romances of when you go to law school is that you read Plessy and then 2 days later you read Brown versus Board and you say, I want to be one of those people that files that lawsuit and changes everything, although they don't yet know that Brown didn't begin to change everything, and other decisions like that. I hear you, in effect, giving a counsel to young people, although I don't put words in your mouth, that are now 25 and have a 40-year, 50-year professional life ahead of them, that there's lots of opportunity at the local level and not with necessarily grandiose, immediate change that will accomplish everything. Is that a fair?
I think that if you're paraphrasing what I said, I think that's fair. I mean, what Kimberly said earlier is really true too. When I talk to my kids and their friends, now admittedly they're my kids and the friends of my kids, so I'm getting a skewed perspective, I'm sure, right? But they see a world that is so different than the world that those people who stormed the Capitol see, right? And that's the world we have to be hopeful for, right? The world that they see, the world that they want to build and inhabit, that's the world I want to put my money on.
How do we get those folks?
Well, you get them doing, you know, when I worked for the Children's Defense Fund, right, we would go to Mississippi, and Marion Edelman, who is a genius and prophetic, right, said, you know, you go down there, you're going to litigate, but in the evening you're going to organize, right? So that we're not going to parachute in from Washington D.C. and leave. We're going to go down there, litigate the cases, and then you're going to build a community that can enforce the decree if we win, right? And so she understood that you had to build a political infrastructure, and that lawyers were part of that task, but they weren't, you know, the knights riding in on white horses. They were the people who did a lot of the hard work, but the really hard work was organizing the communities to be there when we left, because they were going to be there one way or another, and it's better if they were organized.
John, you spent about 25 or 30 years building organizations that help organizations. What's your take coming on the end of that observation by Gerald?
So I guess there's a few things. One, going back to your earlier question, Jack, you know, I think I would not clip the wings of students who believe they could change the world. So calling something grandiose is already prejudicing one against it. You know, we have to have work at multiple levels. I can tell you, we at the Othering and Belonging Institute, my staff and others, we produced a lot of the materials for the runoff in January in the Georgia Senate elections. And I literally had people come to me because we, you know, just won the November election. It's like, okay, now this is a long shot. You know, you're kind of wasting your time, really. You might get one, but you're not going to get two. And my response to them was that it might be a long shot, but we have Steph Curry on our team. And as they say, every shot you don't take, you miss. And so the world is changing really fast. And I think that the sort of incrementalism that was in favor in the 80s and 90s has to be rethought. You know, Gerald, I hope you're safe in Austin if you are in Austin. But you know,
I'm in New Haven and I'm safe.
Oh, good.
You can look in the background; it's all just green trees.
You know, the fires in California. I mean, I don't think we have time. Yes, we have to work at multiple levels, and we certainly don't want to be parachuting in. So we have to work. I mean, when we do our work now, we work very deeply with organizers, with activists, but also with cities. So we have to have an infrastructure. But that infrastructure gives us the capacity to think even bigger, not smaller. And so I think the right relationships and the right strategies, but also understanding that the changes that produce. At the beginning of the 2000, there were only a couple of authoritarian countries, and we thought democracy was on the ascendance. And yes, there was China, but the world was basically moving to democracy. Now, most of the world lives under authoritarian leader in less than 20 years. So something's happening, and I don't think we have the luxury to say, you know, I'll just bury my head and do what I can do because that's what I can do. It's like put your arms in arms with other people, and people will work at different levels. So that would be and as you said, Jack, I've started a dozen different organizations, and most of them are still happening and making an impact. Let's give you one last example. There were a group of us in the 90s that wanted to do two things. We wanted to bring the concept of equity into the public discourse. And if you go back, and it's Angela Blackwell, Manuel Pastor, and myself, it wasn't there. We actually wanted to insert that into the public lexicon. The other one was structural racism. There were a group of about 15 of us that met for 2 years trying to figure out how to move people off of individualized expressions of racism and think about structures. Now, and both those things happen. Now, we lost control of them, so people interpret them in ways that we didn't mean. But looking back, it's kind of amazing that those things have happened. And then the last one, of course, is implicit bias. Again, I was at the fountainhead of that, of trying to get that research out into the public discourse. It's out. So I wouldn't clip people's feathers, but just say, be concerned with who's in your flock.
No, I largely did that sort of as self-mocking, thinking of myself at 25, saying we can, by golly, take this. But you're right. Of course, people should think big. You're making the argument implicitly there also that cultural reform is critical, and cultural reform that really goes to things as basic as the language that's used and the framing that comes up. And maybe we're at the point now where some of that reframing can happen. And Gerald, it's the younger people you're talking about are thinking in a different, some of them in different ways than people might have 30 years ago. Kimberly, when you were off the call, when we were doing the planning call, we said, and I think we told you about it, that you're the only person on the call that's not yet eligible for a COVID shot, because you're the only person young enough, not to be in one of those special categories. Do you have a different take than this group of, senior citizens that and wannabe senior citizens who are, having this part of the conversation?
So actually, I agree with what John and both what Gerald just said. So first, this idea of dreaming big, So I definitely, in my work, as I have written about a federal right to education and sort of the need to ensure each child gets an excellent education, I often have had people say, like, what you're asking for is impossible. It's never going to happen. And that we're never going to get to where we distribute, a high quality education to every child. And so I've had that said to me multiple times in my work, that it's, it's too sort of pie in the sky. And I disagree. I think that we are, our nation is clearly built on the backs of what is now a broken education system, but I don't think it has to be that way. And I think, one of the things that the founder for Teach, I don't want to debate Teach for America, but the founder, Wendy Kopp, talks about is kind of having students go into the classrooms so that they know how broken the system is, and then go out and help to be reformed. So you have people from Teach for America who are, state education chiefs now, and who are in positions of power. And so this idea that you keep, informing each generation, keep getting new people, get what I could tell my students, boots on the ground. Like, all my students are boots on the ground. I am preparing you to go out and help topple this system. And so that is part of what I aim to do. But I think it's also really important for particularly the young people on the call to hear what Gerald said, which is you must have a grassroots movement that accompanies litigation. One of the reasons that school finance litigation has been less successful than it could have been is because in the places where you get a ruling, you don't always have a broad coalition of people who are going to sustain the reforms and to sustain the pressure on the legislature. And so what you get is you get rulings that, it goes a long time back and forth between the court and the legislature finally does something. Then you'll get, a recession or something else, and they'll start to draw back. And you have to have that grassroots support who remembers the fight that it took to get where you get the victory, and then is willing to keep pushing it forward. So you have to be relentless on all these things, whether it's white supremacy, school funding litigation, any of it. And I think that is definitely an important lesson, because too often litigators sort of pile it in, bring the litigation and then pick up their briefcase and their computer and leave. And I think that's part of the reason we have not had the success that we could have had with school funding litigation, is not enough grassroots organizing to sustain the wins that have occurred.
I have a question that somebody has put into the question and answer box that probably is for anybody, but probably maybe for you, Kimberly. Do you think programs such as abolitionist teaching and social justice education are good starting points for educators. And what recommendations would you offer to elementary and high school educators and officials about how to move forward in this, maybe for all the rest of it?
Yeah, I can start with that. So I think, definitely sort of rethinking the curriculum and what we teach our children about history and from slavery through the Civil War to Jim Crow, like having a more accurate and holistic understanding of history is essential to changing where our nation is going. I mean, it's even as simple as one thing I discovered as as we were raising our kids is that maps are not drafted to scale. Africa is shrunk on most maps. And if you look at an accurate map, Africa is much larger, for example, than Europe, right? So these things, the map, the globe in most classrooms is inaccurate to scale, right? That's a problem. It underestimates people of color and their place in history. And so there's just so much that needs to be corrected in what we teach our children. I was really excited last week when I had met with our child's 4th grade teacher about teaching slavery. And I said, I just want to make sure that this is done thoughtfully and in a way that's empowering, particularly for our child, but for all the children, that you understand it accurately. And, she talked with them about calling them enslaved people instead of slavery and the importance of that nomenclature, right? That's a step forward. That is a step forward in identifying, how we think about who was doing the labor on which this country was built. They weren't not slaves. They were people who were subject to slavery. And so I just think there's so much that educators can do. They don't have to, you don't have to be a lawyer to help change and topple the system. Teachers shape the narrative every day. And so they are certainly, I don't want to endorse any one type of curriculum or teaching, but I think teaching that empowers people with knowledge to understand our history accurately and helps kids understand how they can be agents of change is really, really essential.
I want to do something that actually starts us toward a close by inviting each of the 4 of you in turn to offer some concluding thoughts, 4 or 5, 6 minutes, about the way forward for a broader equal protection that may in part reiterate some of the points you've made previously, but consolidate them. Or else respond to something that you've heard during the course of this discussion. And if we do that, I think we'll be shortly after 3 o'clock, 3:05, and we could close up at that point. Is there someone who'd like to be a first person with this new assignment that I just recommended for us all?
Well, I'll start. I'm not sure I have 5 minutes to say. I would reiterate a theme that's been articulated more by others than by me, that the way forward on an equality agenda starts locally with organization and mobilization of activists around locally important issues, then addressing them through voting mobilizations, both at the local and at the state levels. But in addition, because we are observing significant efforts to both interfere with people's ability to vote straightforwardly or to influence policy making at the local level, we have to pay attention to advancing what I guess is being called the democracy or equality agenda in Congress, pushing for the adoption of I think, pretty aggressive voter protection or anti-vote suppression legislation at the national level is really important. I was this morning looking at CNN on my computer, and our third or fourth items are Georgia legislators' efforts at voter suppression said to target Black voters. And the next one was Governor DeSantis of Florida urges legislatures to restrict voting. Now, something has to be done to stop that. And given the composition of the legislatures now in those states, the only way to do something is to do something on the national level. And then I want to stress, worry about what the Supreme Court is going to do. One of the lessons of actually starting out with a limited focus on, in my case, the school desegregation litigation in the 1930s and 40s. One of the lessons of that was that you have to pay attention to the entire playing field. It's not just where you are now that matters, because you do something over here and somewhere over there, somebody can do something that will mess things up for you. And you have to figure out overall what the big picture is going to be. Now, you can't work, no individual can work on all of the things that need to be worked on. But people who are interested in promoting equality have to make sure that their efforts are directed at the range of institutions that are important.
Very wise. Who wants to follow those wise remarks? Kimberly, you're smiling. I'm afraid, it's like in a class, so you shouldn't have moved.
Oh, I can go. That's fine. So, sort of building off of those remarks, I think it's important that we take the fight for high quality education for all children and equity in education, that we engage in that fight at all levels. So my work has focused on a federal right to education, but I've also written about education as a civil right, which can be advanced at the state level and the local level. Yes, we want to get legislation out of Congress. That is definitely the ultimate goal, but there are important reforms that can happen in states and even in districts to protect children's right to access education and to do important things such as integrate schools along lines of race and class in ways that decouple educational opportunity in race and class. Right now, a child's race and class often very much influence the opportunities they get, but it does not have to be that way. And so the states still have, the lion's share of authority in education. And so it's important to understand that at all levels, this issue can be championed and advanced. And so, I think for those who might be skeptical that we will get a federal right to education, that's okay. You can work on the issue at the state level and you can work on the issue at the local level. And so I think it's important that we sort of have all hands on deck and work on this in multiple ways. I think the other thing to just take away from this, I've learned a lot from my panelists as always. This reminded me a little bit of being back in law school, I will say. I enjoyed listening to my panelists and all they had to say. And I think that as we think about sort of where we head, I think we have to really think about who's in our courts. So I agree completely with what Mark said, that the courts have had a worse record on advancing equality. And one of the things that the conservative agenda has prioritized is placing judges in federal courts. And the Democrats have not prioritized that in the same way. Unfortunately, even when we had President Obama and congressional control, we did not get the number of judges who were young and progressive into judgeships. And so I think if we want to advance this agenda, and we want the courts to be part of advancing that, then I think we have to, those who are focused on a more progressive agenda have to prioritize the courts as part of that. We don't want them to continue this trajectory of reducing equality. And I think that's something too often we're not focused on it in the same way. Getting Amy Coney Barrett onto the Supreme Court has been the goal of many in the conservative movement since Roe v. Wade. Like they played the long game. They went long, they went hard, and they just kept at it until they got it, right? And so I think we have to be in it in that same relentless long game way of we've got to have the judges, young and on the court and in the district courts and the appellate courts and ultimately on the Supreme Court, right? So I think those are things to think about, is that, the roots of what we're trying to dismantle, white supremacy, racism, inequality, classism, are deep and far and wide in our nation. And I think we just have to remember to be as relentless in dismantling them as people have been and continue to be in having those things have a hold on our nation.
Thank you. Gerald, John?
I can go and I'll let John back clean up. How about that? Is that okay?
All right.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I mean, one of the things that came out of the discussion today is to remember that the Constitution and the 14th Amendment applies to all branches of government, right? So you can think of it as court doctrine, but the ethos, as well as the practical meaning of the 14th Amendment, applies to the president, it applies to the administrative agencies, it applies to the Congress, it applies to everyone as they think about how they have to produce the country or the elements that will help us create the country that we want. I think we ought to have, like we're having today, but in many other fora, discussions about what we imagine the 14th Amendment to mean. I think John's invocation of the new birth of freedom, right, is actually a really good invocation, and we should remind ourselves of that. I think we do have to be relentless in protecting and expanding voting opportunities, just as the people are going to be relentless in restricting voting, trying to restrict voting opportunities. We have to struggle for it. And then the point, if I can expand Kimberly's point just a little bit, it's important for us to think about what are the things that are necessary to enable full participation. Right? If in fact what we really want is a functioning representative democracy, then what we have to do is we have to create a capacity for people to fully participate. Education is part of it. Employment is part of it. Housing is part of it. The kinds of things that progressive groups have struggled for as long as I've been alive, right, are all actually constituent elements of the things that are necessary to be a full participant. And I think that we have to just work on that. And I guess I'll just leave it there. But there's work to be done. I think there's reason to be hopeful, but there's also reason to recognize that the hope will come by putting our shoulder to the wheel.
Amen. John.
So just to add a few things, I do think things will change. I mean, it's interesting to me. I agree with Kimberly and Gerald and Mark. But if you look at the Trump administration, and I'm not saying they should be our touchstone, but they had no respect for institutions, no respect for norms, no respect for the Constitution. They had an agenda, and it was a pretty negative agenda. But they were willing to go all the way to storming Congress and to get their way, and to get Amy on the court. I mean, Mitch McConnell, after stopping Garland because the election was coming, was like, that was then, this is now. So I guess what I'm saying is I think we have to, we're not just sort of operating within institutions, we're actually making institutions. And so I think it was Mark's point in terms of, and I'm not saying whatever, but when Roosevelt threatened to pack the court rather than watch his agenda go down in flames, I think we have to be willing to put that on the table. Yes, use the courts, but just the threat, and Roosevelt didn't do it, right? The threat actually caused the court to shift. The court is made up, it's a political animal. It can't be having a veto over the kind of society we want. But also I want to pick up, first of all, agreeing with Gerald and Kimberly in terms of having the community involved. So Jack, I think you were involved in the Chef versus O'Neill, which is still going on because it was an adequacy case and the community was involved. And I think that was the way to do the cases. That was 30 years ago, I don't know, a long time ago, I don't know, that we were all involved in that case. When I think about the 10% plan and from afar, and maybe, Cheryl, you have a little from afar too, being in New Haven, probably stuck at Yale. From afar, one of the ways that the 10% plan worked, two things. One, it was cross-racial and also cross-geography. And so when the Texas legislature tried to dismantle it, you had a coalition. So we have to be smart. So sometimes we build our strategies with a narrow band and it makes them unstable. So we have to be willing to actually broaden that. And then finally, I'd say we have to think about a future for all and how to get there. And education plays a role, but it's not enough. And how do we imagine a future for all? And what the right wing is saying is there's no future for all. So we need to exclude some people. We need to build walls. We need to build cages. We need to build, because y'all folks are a threat to any future that I want to have. So we have to actually be very clear that we're trying to build a future for all and for the planet itself, and be very dogged about that, but also be very clear about it.
It was a great pleasure to moderate a panel with people whom I so respect and admire for the work they've done in the past and the work I suspect they're going to continue to do in the present and the future. And you're a wonderful group to have closed out this conference on the way forward, because you're going to be part of the way forward, I suspect, as long as you draw breath. And we hope that's a long, long time. So thank you very much. And Alan, you can come back in now and commit us to history. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, sure.
Thank you. That was our last panel for the day, our sixth panel. Thank you to Professor Powell. Thank you to Professor Torres, Professor Robinson, and Professor Tushnet. And also thank you to Dean Boger for hosting such an inspirational panel. Much of what we've been hearing over the course of the past 2 days has been about history of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, but today has been a bit more about the way forward, and you all have provided some words of inspiration, some calls to action, and I hope that our audience will heed those calls. I'm going to transition it over to Professor Shaw, who will close us out.
Okay, I hope that you all can hear me. I'm trying to or maybe somebody can turn on my video. It says the host has disabled it. Okay, so I can you see me now?
I can see you.
All right. A few concluding thoughts. I'll try to be, or I will be brief on this, but I have to engage in some thank yous. And if you all don't mind, because the light is coming in, I'm going to move this back to where it was a little bit earlier. Don't know if that helps, but so here are my last thoughts. First, I want to thank everybody who's been with us. I confess that I started a little while ago, as I was reflecting on the last couple of days. I started to write down. In fact, I did write down everyone who spoke, who was on a panel, who gave a keynote, because I was inspired to call their names. I'm not going to do it because it's too many people. But I hope that now that we're done, in a little while, you take an opportunity, a moment to look back on the program and just look through the names of the people who participated here. We could have had many other people as panelists because there are a lot of great minds who are thinking about these issues. But I'm thankful to those who were called and who agreed to participate. Basically, everyone who was asked agreed. There was one person who, for some understandable family reasons, needed to withdraw. But I'm thankful to everyone who has participated. I particularly want to thank some names that haven't been really called. The IT people here at UNC Law School, Charles Story and Matt Roberts, and we also had someone help us out with IT from the business school. That was Jordan Wilson. And so I want to say sincere thank you to them. Without them, this couldn't have happened the way it did. I want to thank all of you for allowing us to come into your homes virtually. Those who participated, the panels. I have to tell you, I have a love of the opportunity to see people, even if it's virtual, in their homes. I confess that I try to look, metaphorically speaking, over your shoulders as you speak and see the books that you have on your shelves or the art you have in your house or the virtual backgrounds that you've chosen. So thank you for allowing us to be with you in that way. I want to thank the Wheel Lecture folks, the families, the Wheel Lecture, the Wheel family that allowed us to do this, and Dr. Andrew Perrin, who has stayed with us, I noticed, through much of this event. And the same thing is true for the folks who are responsible for the Frank Porter Graham lecture. I'm deeply grateful to them for agreeing to let us make that lecture part of this program. And I want to also thank the Board of Advisors of the UNC Center for Civil Rights, as well as our supporters and activists, the people who engage in hard work and, as John Lewis used to say, good trouble, necessary trouble. I thank Dean Martin Brinkley and my colleagues here at UNC Law School, but particularly Erica Wilson, Professor Erica Wilson and Professor Osamudia James, who agreed to serve on panels. And I'm particularly grateful to our keynoters, Erwin Chemerinsky, Dean Chemerinsky, the great historian Eric Foner, and to my friend, but more importantly, our nation's servant, the great lawyer Eric Holder. Jack Boger has been my dear friend for more decades than probably he and I care to recall. I can't say enough about him. He's one of the finest human beings I know. And he did so much work to make this symposium a success that it's impossible for me to really give him his due. Alan Moincy, I hope you all, everybody who's been watching, you understand Alan as the Deputy Director of the Center for Civil Rights is a real treasure for us. But I also want everyone to see really what our future is. This is not only a fine young man with incredible intellect and integrity and ability, but he's someone I've come to be very fond of. That's an understatement. And without him, this wouldn't have been possible. April McKinley, who has stayed in the background, but April, the center can't operate without April McKinley. She keeps us together, body and soul. And for me, if there's anything I do in which I look good in it, it's because of April. And so I'm thankful to her for all the work that she's done, unseen by many, but known by those of us who work very closely with her. Just a couple then of last thoughts. I remember 25 years ago, I went and counted the years. 25 years ago, I was at a conference at Harvard Law School. It was the centennial of Plessy versus Ferguson. And I've always remembered that conference as one of the best conferences or symposia that I've ever attended. I remember in particular a couple of things. I remember a conversation in which we were talking about the relationship between the 13th and the 14th Amendment, also the 15th Amendment, but particularly the first two of the three Reconstruction amendments. And I was trying to articulate something that I wasn't quite getting across very well. And it had to do with the special and particular meaning of the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause for African Americans, even though the amendment obviously has a universal application. And Judge Guido Calabresi, whom I admire tremendously, at one point waded in to help me out. And he said, I think what you're trying to say is that there are really two 14th Amendments. There's the 14th Amendment that is universal, that applies to everybody. Clearly, by its own terms, it applies to all persons. And then there's the 14th Amendment with the 13th Amendment inside of it. That amendment that was intended in particular to guarantee and enforce the freedoms of those who had come out of and through enslavement. And I thought that was a particularly astute way of saying what I was not saying very well. And so, of course, I said, yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say. I thought about that conference over the years, and I thought about all of those who participated. I thought about Judge Leon Higginbotham, Leon Higginbotham. He said something that I recalled yesterday. There's a moment yesterday when I was thinking to myself, with all due respect, Plessy, in the words of Leon Higginbotham, the great Leon Higginbotham, judge on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals for younger folks who didn't know him, he said Plessy was wrong the day it was decided. I've never forgotten that. And there are some who might think that that Plessy was defensible, or at least understandable. I'm not sure anybody was saying that it was defensible, but I thought to myself yesterday, if that's right, what did the dissent by Justice Harlan signify? What did it mean? Why do we lift that up today? I think Plessy was wrong when it was decided, and has been wrong ever since, and was wrong in large part because it was intellectually dishonest when it said that to the extent that anybody imputed inferiority to African Americans or of African Americans by the separate but equal law, it was Black people who put that stamp of inferiority onto it. That was dishonest. It was wrong then, and it's been wrong since then. Plessy was never good law. I also think about that conference, and I think about our friends, Charles Ogletree, Lonnie Guinier. As you know, Gerald Torres, he mentioned her earlier. He and Lonnie did a lot of work together, and some of us did a lot of work with Charles Ogletree, whom we call Tree. And I want to say that I don't forget them. I know that we don't forget them. I want to lift up their names. They're still here with us. But you know, we've lost a lot of people, and we're going to lose some more. But I want to lift up those two in particular. So the 14th Amendment, imperfect, but it's what we have, and we'll continue to work with it. Hope. I think about the old heads. Jack Boger and I were doing a prep call with John Powell and Mark Tushnet and with Professor Torres. And, you know, we were struck by how hopeful they are, even though they and we are old heads. And I also noticed that Kimberly Robinson, when she spoke, she kept using the word relentless. And Gerald, you used it, or you echoed it a few moments ago. We have to be relentless. I thank her for that. And of course, John Powell with his vision, tremendous. Last thought I have. Professor Torres said, he referred to a fight worth having. And that reminded me of a short Swahili proverb that Elaine Jones, whom I love as a friend and as a colleague, and I've served as her deputy many years ago at the Legal Defense Fund. And it goes like this, and I want to close with this. It's about the fact that, yes, we may not win, but as you say, Gerald, it's a fight worth having. Life has meaning only in the struggle. Victory and defeat are in the hands of the gods. So let us celebrate the struggle. That's what we do. We celebrate all those who have struggled and continue to struggle. And then we pass the baton on. Thank you for being with us. And I hope that all of us continue to find our way to run our part of this race. Thank you. Be well, stay safe, and we'll win in the long run.
Thank you.
Okay, I see a number of you are still on. It's time to go.
Professor Shaw, this is Jacqueline Ward. That was amazing what you and your team pulled off. That was I'm speechless. It was probably one of the best online conferences I've attended.
Jackie, did I just call your name? If I didn't, I should.
Yeah, sir. It is not. It is not for me to take a bow. I was here as a backup to your staff.
But I meant to do that. So thank you so much for helping us out and being with us.
Ted, I would do anything for you and Jack. You know that.
Well, thank you. You are you're a gem. So
well, coming from you, sir, that is high praise. But yes, I'm seriously, as a professional event planner, your team hit it out of the park and into the next park. It was very, very well done. I gobsmacked, just absolutely gobsmacked.
Well, thank you. I think with the people that we had as participants, it had to be a success. I'm not sure. Let me see who else is on. I think Matt.
April's still there. Alan's still there. April, Matt and myself and you. Let's see who else.
All right. Well, I am going to get off because I have to go see my dentist.
Well, you go have a life, sir. Take care, and you guys have a good weekend.